Good morning. Alright, I love this game so much that I've been playing it off stream as well. And I learned a few things while playing it offline, actually. I learned what a highlighted stat is. Hey, Asadeva, good meowing. Thank you for the resub. 6 months. I appreciate it. Good meowing. But yeah, a highlighted stat is basically there's a checkbox next to every single stat on the character screen. So in order to customize your loot filter, you tick these checkboxes. And as you can see, it actually highlights items that have the stats on them as well. When I'm ticking this checkbox for movement speed, these items that have movement speed on them will highlight. And that interacts with the filter here. So I can actually select for specifically has a highlighted stat, so that it only shows me items that have at least one of my highlighted stats. Which is so cool and so useful for just getting better gear. And I think I also looked into the crafting system a bit, and I realized that one of the better ways to make an item would be to find an item that has a pure version, the pure stat of one of my highlighted stats. So for instance, movement speed, or I haven't quite decided which other stats I want to highlight. I've ticked a few boxes, but movement speed is definitely a favorite. Gotta go fast. But yeah, as I was saying, you want to get the pure version of a highlighted stat, a stat that's good for your character. And then what you can do is you go to Friedrich. And let's just use this as an example here. The crafting system is actually really powerful. So these things have base damage over time, max life, life regen, damage to elites, and life on hit. So max life and life on hit are stats that I've highlighted. That's why they're showing in yellow. I'm probably not going to craft on this, because I already made, as you can see, I made a really good cloak. But I basically made this from scratch. It didn't have a pure stat, so that's not the best example, but it did have at least one good highlighted stat. I think it was movement speed that this dropped with. And I basically handpicked the stats I wanted for the most part by going through this menu. You can start even with the lowest quality item, like the common items that just have one good stat. And then you can keep adding stats through this menu. And you can reforge, as long as you have the resources, you can reforge as many times as you want. And just get exactly the stats you need. So I'm definitely going to try to upgrade my gear today. But I'm also going to do a lot of grinding. And I've also done a lot of grinding off-stream. And I'm just going to keep investing points in random things here for the granted elemental damage. I don't care about actually activating these, because I don't have the stones for it. But simply investing Slorm boosts this number. And that gets me some extra damage. So what I've done off stream is I've completed 100 waves of the blacksmith siege thing. I've done the temple keeper at floor 50. I've tried to fight Adam Nostris, but he actually one-shots me still. So I think I need either to learn the fight more or to just get better gear. I've also respec'd my character quite a bit. I'm now building around having light imbued to my attacks. Light is basically an element like fire, poison, lightning, and cold. And the thing about the light element is it gives shield globes, which shield me, and it greatly boosts my defense. So I have 3.6k health, but with the light shields I can easily sustain more than 4k light shield on top of that. And then I often get up to almost 20k light shield as well. Just if I'm killing enough enemies. Let's go to the battlefield and get warmed up here. Oh, and my Rain of Arrows is now vacuuming things into one spot and dealing a lot of damage there. I think I respect the Rain of Arrows a little bit as well. I was doing it in a straight line previously, and kind of vacuuming them away from me, but having it all concentrated on one spot seems to deal a lot more single target damage. So that's cool. I think maybe I'll do some more Great Forge things, actually. We could try to get to wave 100 again. The Great Forge is kind of like a roguelite mechanic. Because you get the choice between 3 different challenges every round, or every wave. And those are kind of random. Upheaval, okay. Alright, let's go to that. Great Forge. I'll do it on Wrath 3. I think it gets significantly more challenging. I mean, I know it gets significantly more challenging on the later waves, even at Wrath 3, so I can't really afford to up it. It seems to be the sweet spot for difficulty right now. For me, anyway. We'll do the 4 different locations thing for extra Elder Slorm, that's fine. And I want to just progress through the waves as quickly as possible here. Just hit next wave as soon as I'm able. Following wave has more enemies, that's great. We want more enemies. More enemies means more piercing and forking. Or mainly forking, not pierce. These ones are kind of bad. You don't want to get these, but sometimes you're forced to pick one that lasts for the entirety of the expedition. And in my testing, I found that the attack speed and movement speed one is actually the least painful. Extra max life quickly adds up to too much, making it a slog. Increased damage can get you one shot in bad situations if it's paired with another challenging mechanic or another damaging mechanic. So I actually ended up with like 10 stacks of greater speeds on my 100 wave run, and that was fine. They don't seem to move that much faster anyway. I mean, they're kind of slow to begin with. So boosting their speed is not that big of a deal. Now we have the choice between... Oh, 3 elites. 3 additional elites in the next wave is easy. But this is a better reward. These only last for 3 waves and 5 waves respectively, so... I can deal with that. It's also not a big deal, just having a bigger AoE on them, especially this early when they're not boosted in other ways. What I want to avoid here is stacking too many annoying permanent debuffs, like the full duration ones. I can deal with some temporary annoyances. Like the blinding thing, that's fine. As long as it only lasts for a few waves, it'll be gone before you know it. Crit and evasion's not that big of a deal either for them to have. Extra max life is usually bad. Now this one I can take, even though it's a rest of expedition one, because the siege leader spawn chance is good. You want the siege leader. It gives a greater reward. Another siege leader one, nice. Yeah, I'll take that. I'm usually looking at the debuff more than the reward. It's kind of like in Freelancer for Hitman. I'm basically trying to select the thing that will be easier to complete and not the most rewarding thing. Gain a shield. I don't trust this shadow confusion thing. I don't know what it is. Oh, this is not the one I thought it was, though. This is fine. There's another one where they select an enemy to become a special shadow enemy, and it just deals extra damage to you or something. I don't really get the mechanic. I want to avoid that one, but this one's fine. This one just means they deal... Every single enemy deals a little bit of extra shadow damage on their hits. Kind of like I'm light imbued. They'll be shadow imbued. And it's only temporary. Next wave. Enemies ignore the first 2 hits is okay, but we have another siege leader one. We take those every time. Oh, there he is. That's the siege leader. Nice. He's actually not hard at all. Very easy to deal with. And since we defeated the leader, we get a well-deserved rest. And we get to pick 1 stone. You activate your effect rune. Ooh. Whenever you should trigger your effect rune, activate effect rune gains a charge instead. Ooh, that is nice. I think I'll pick that one. I don't have that type of rune yet. The enhancement one. So now I can actually choose when to use it. And I should upgrade this to give it more charges as well. So then, yeah, I can press a button to get more projectiles temporarily. That's really cool. 3 waves with crit and evasion, that seems fine. Enemies not receiving damage for 2 seconds is also kind of fine. Yeah. Usually they die on the first rain of arrows anyway, so they're not gonna have time to heal up. Except in rare cases where I walk away too soon. Following wave has an invincible elite. Let's do the slippery ice, because it's got a boosted reward, and it's not a big deal, only lasts 4 waves. It does make me slower, but I'm okay. I'm okay with taking a few more hits, because I'm slower. As you can see, I have 11 to 12k shield pretty much consistently throughout this encounter. As long as there's enemies to shoot. Not having life leech or mana regen is actually... Both of these are very, very easy. Since I've built around mana and life on hit instead of leech and regen. Hey, Master Cash, thank you for the resub. I appreciate that. And morning. I think the life and mana regen one is the easiest one here. Even though the other one was also pretty trivial. Another life leech one. Ooh. This one has a boosted reward though. 5 waves. No, I'm gonna take the life leech one. An ice ray. This one is really annoying. Because you need to walk to a shield to not get frozen. Or really slowed down. 25 extra max life for 4 waves is fine. But having the enemies deal more damage is also very fine at this stage. This early stage where they don't have any permanent damage buffs. It's fine to have it for a few waves. This Totem of Light I find to be also kind of easy with my build, because I have a lot of light resistance from my Slormancer. Yeah, let's do that one. My arrow shot leveled up again. Knockback resistance, we don't care about that. Easy. Nice, level 71. I'm gonna keep dumping points into dexterity. Right, I've defeated enough waves that the ice is now melted. Additional projectiles sounds kind of sketchy. I'll do the blindness aura thing. As you can see, I lose my my vision when I stand in these, but that's okay. They don't deal any extra damage or anything. The next challenge is of legendary rarity. What is this, though? War chest effect? Converts all the Reapersmith spirits into the type of your current Slormancer. Ooh. I wish this would have happened later on, though. I'm gonna go with the legendary rarity thing. But yeah, it would have been interesting to convert it to the type of my Slormancer, because then I can upgrade the Slormancer affinity. The affinity for this particular type. which would help me out a bit in the long term. Light beams, and also does that. Okay. You immediately gain 1% fragment quality for every Slormite and Slormaline inside your war chest. But the thing is, this explosive would be rest of expedition, and it's really annoying. These are all rest of expedition, I just realized. Hey, Osmanic. I think Gargantuan is okay. It does make them deal a lot more damage, but only until I hit them with anything. Although the light beam might be the better play here, because that's pretty trivial to my build. I really don't want this much of a damage modifier on them this early on.
Hey, you there. Yeah, you, fishy fella.
Hey, Dark Matter 2. Yeah, we're gonna go with the light beam. Because I'm pretty sure that deals almost no damage to me anyway. Next wave. Oh, that's another permanent one. We'll go with attack speed and movement speed again. I'm okay with the attack speed and movement speed one being stacked up to 10 times. Because I've already tried that and it worked fine. Next challenge is of rarity. Or we could just go with temporarily increased damage from them. That's fine. Enemies have increased area, that's also fine. Invincible enemy just for one wave, that's also fine. Oh, there it is. But it's only invincible until we've beaten everything else on the wave. Enemies having resistance to damage over time does nothing, because I don't really rely on damage over time at all. This would give a lot more Reaper Smith Spirit, though. It is the annoying Ice Ray thing, but it's only for 3 waves. See, we need to stand inside the protection dome until the thing hits, and then we can do whatever. Sometimes I have trouble spotting the dome if it's on the edge of the screen, like there. That's why I really don't want that as a permanent modifier, but I'm okay with having it for like 3 waves. Enemies explode for a few waves, that's okay. Oh, there's the dome. Just made it to that dome in time. Resistance to damage over time is fine. Another dome. Less life leech. That is perfectly fine. Ignore the first 2 hits. I definitely do not want this cursed reward. I tried that once and it was really horrible. It added, the one time I tried it, it added maximum health to the enemies based on the amount of gold I had, and it increasing the more gold I get. Really, really bad. To the point where they just became bullet sponges. I'm gonna do enemies ignore the first 2 hits for the next 3 waves. That's completely fine. Just means I have to fire an extra shot at them. And the Rain of Arrows just powers through that anyway with the multiple hits. Tenacity, that's fine. One thing I forgot to mention, by the way, is that one of my Ancestral Legacy stones gives me the ability to just apply random ailments to them with my light imbued attacks. It happens quite frequently. Enemies have elemental resistance and damage for 3 waves, that's fine. Oh, I've been forgetting to use my activation rune, by the way. I should get into the habit of doing that when I need it. Oh, it actually refills really quickly, too. Wait, no it doesn't. I'm mistaken. It's not filled yet. Okay. Crit and evasion. Sure. I was a bit slow to activate that wave. Usually I think it's better to activate the next wave as soon as possible, just to get more enemies to shoot. Yeah, I'm not doing the random curse again. Ice Ray or enemies explode. Enemies explode, I think. Next wave. Resistance to damage over time. Life Leech or Mana Regen. Could also do this Fireball just to get more, yeah. This Fireball is not a big deal, I think. In fact, let me get hit by it on purpose. Yeah, it doesn't hurt that bad when I have all this shield. So I can pretty much ignore that. Hey, Kadank. Quack. Ice Bomb. I don't think I want that. Getting frozen for 3 seconds sounds really bad. I'm gonna do the lightning bolts at the edges. Thankfully that's temporary, because that's gonna get annoying in the long term if it's permanent. Slippery Ice. Convert Reaper Smith spirits into gold. No, let's not do that. Recast chance. Now let's make them immune to crowd control for 3 waves, because that has that one's the shortest wave duration. More enemies, that's always good. We love more enemies with this build. enemies have armor and skill damage. That's okay. Yeah, let's do that one. Additional elite enemies is free. Increased area is fine. More enemies. Bring it on. I've been kind of lucky with being able to avoid a lot of the permanent modifiers so far. We're almost halfway through the 100 waves. And I think I only have like 2 or 3 permanent modifiers. And they're not even that bad. We have this one, greater speed, twice at least. Do we have any other ones? Oh, I guess we do have some siege leader ones, but I don't count those, because those are technically positive. Because we increase the chances of getting the siege leader to show up at all. Oh, the light beam one. Yeah, that's the third one I have that's permanent. Which, as I explained before, I think we pretty much ignore it. Because of our light resist. Next challenge is rare. Now let's do extra elemental damage by them, that's fine. Alright, now we have to pick a rest of expedition one. I'm gonna go with speed yet again. In some ways, it actually helps me out, because it'll bring the enemies to me more quickly. They'll run to me faster. Run into my arrows faster. But obviously, the attack speed is a negative for me. Oh. Another one? We get 2 of these in a row? Okay. Well, I'm gonna still pick the attack speed. Duration of all challenges is increased by 2 waves. That's pretty rough. I don't want that. I'd rather have a shadow symbol for 4 waves, for instance. Let's do that. That's basically this rune right here. I can step on it and take damage. But I have so much shield that it doesn't actually deal that much damage anyway, so I pretty much ignore that. Non-elites regenerate. That's usually fine for a temporary one. You don't want this permanent though. But the blindness is free. The blindness runes are no problem at all. They just make it slightly harder to see sometimes. Fire waves upon dying. These are pretty large. They're kind of annoying. I think I'd rather just have them temporarily deal more damage of these types. Hey, the Curse BG, thank you for the raids. Welcome in. Were you also playing this amazing game? Wave 100, let's go. Yeah, we're going for that. I've done it once off stream already, but I'm doing it again just for the runes and stuff. Got back to your mage, nice. I'm gonna go with life and mana regen here. What difficulty is this? I'm on Wrath 3 right now. This is my first playthrough and my first character, so I'm still learning the game. I'm in the mid-game section where you have to fight Adam Nostris and also do the 100 waves and get some other stuff done. I'm gonna go with Explode Upon Dying, since it has a boosted reward and is temporary. Have you been playing Slormancer for a long time, or are you experiencing it for the first time like me after early access? Because I was not even aware that this game existed until it came out of early access and videos started cropping up. Took a 1.5 year break. Ah, so you did see the early stages of development. Now, this game came out of nowhere for me. You blasted endgame on Warrior 1.5 years ago. Okay. I've played a lot of other ARPGs though, since Diablo 2, Path of Exile and stuff. Hey the Sovs, welcome in. Game is so fun, I'm also at a similar level. Nice. Yeah, I played Last Epoch as well. Not on stream though. I did try the recent season of Last Epoch for a bit. Made it to the end game there. I think we just go with Tenacity here. I actually started streaming Path of Exile many years ago. Attack speed, movement speed. But I haven't been playing ARPGs on stream recently until this. Been doing a lot of other stuff. What's a skill on your one button? That is actually my enhancement rune of Fulgurorn. Instead of the activation rune triggering on its own, I have to manually activate it, which lets me use it for, well, lets me choose when to use it. I keep forgetting though, I just obtained this, so I'm not used to it yet. Extra projectiles for 1 wave, or 4 waves, that's fine. I also didn't use it yet, but definitely useful, yeah. It's just, I just learned it, so I'll have to try to remind myself to do it. Yeah, we'll keep grabbing attack speed and movement speed whenever we get the permanent choices here. They are getting quite quite fast now. They're hitting me a lot more often. Another one. Alright, but this one has a boosted reward again. We're at 7 stacks. Alright. More movement speed. More attack speed. You always do MS and attack speed? Yeah, it seems like the safest choice. Because the life one can quickly make the enemies into bullet sponges. And the damage one can get you one shot if you pair it with other dangerous ones. The regen is fine temporarily, I'll take that. But I definitely don't want that one as a permanent one. On my first Wave 100, it got pretty sketchy because I had the Gargantuan modifier and also 10 movement speed and attack speed stacks. The one where you get struck by lightning if you don't hide in the bubble is just disaster with Ice Floor. Yeah, I think it's an icicle that strikes you, but yeah. The one where you need to hide in the bubble is super annoying in general. Additional elites, that's free. And because it's ice, you also get slowed down significantly if it does hit you. It doesn't deal enough damage to kill you, but it does put you in a really precarious spot if you get frozen or very chilled. Slow is brutal. Yeah, any kind of crowd control on your character feels really brutal because you don't have ways to break it, basically, as far as I know. There might be some skills I haven't found yet, like in the Ancestral Tree or something, but... or from certain runes or Slorm Reapers, but... as far as I can tell, there's very little you can do against crowd control. Increased area. I'll do that one. I can tumble even though I'm webbed by a spider, but it doesn't actually break the web. But thankfully the web doesn't last very long either. So it usually fades by the time I've tumbled out of it. Lightning bolts or additional projectiles. This is only for 3 waves, I'll take that. Invincible enemy. Light Strike should be fine, actually, because I have a lot of light resists. But these random ailments are kind of rough. I think I'll do the invincible enemy. Recast chance. Ooh, big LE damage. What is that? War chest quantity increases the quantity of everything that's inside your war chest upon looting its content. This bonus is lost upon being defeated. That does make them deal double damage and tankier for the next 3 waves, though. Fine, I'll take it. I don't think we've ever dropped below the shield in this entire Forge run. So I'm pretty confident I can take double damage for a while and be fine. Tenacity, slippery ice. Oh, it's only for 4 waves. It's an epic challenge, but it's only for 4 waves. I'll take it. It gives a lot of spirit stuff. Oh wait, there was one that was damage over time resist on the enemies. That would have been free. Oh well. Because I don't do damage over time. The ice will be gone soon enough anyway. More movement speeds. Let's just slide in a circle. And life leech. Increased area or crowd control. Crowd control is free. Next wave, we should lose the ice. Another one. We'd be at 10 stacks already if I pick this. I think that's my limit, though. I don't think I want to go above 10 stacks of movement speed and attack speed. Well, it depends. If I'm forced to take multiple of these two, I'd rather have even more speed instead. I'll take at least 1 life increase and 1 damage increase before the end of it, but I don't think I want to stack multiple of those. Oh, the light totem. Don't we already have that? I thought we already had that permanently. No, that's light beams. Okay. I'll just do the life and mana regen here. I feel like we're getting unlucky with the siege leaders appearing. I have like 3 modifiers that boost their chance, and I've only had the 1 siege leader at the start. Slippery damage or time resist. We'll take that. Shields. Sure, we'll give them shield equal to max life. Temporarily. They all deal damage. Deal fire damage and apply burn. That should be okay, but I think I'll... Nah, we'll take that. That's fine. Burn doesn't seem that bad. Slow fireball. LE damage. Let's do LE damage. More slippery ice. Nah, let's do lightning bolts this time. I want to try to get hit by one just to see how much damage it deals. Almost nothing. Okay. That's good. Almost no damage at all. The shock effect might be annoying, though. I think shock increases your cooldown or something. I'm not sure, though. It just feels that way sometimes. Like I'm unable to attack as often. But I haven't actually checked what shock does. Okay, we are at 10 stacks of greater speed. I think at this point I'm willing to increase their life by 30%. Because we're still pretty much one-shotting most things. Shadow damage. This has booster rewards, so we'll take that. I also don't know what Shadow Confusion does at all. Maybe I should read some of the ailments in the Codex. Damage over time, Shadow Symbol. We'll do Shadow Symbol. Rest of Expedition for random curse. Oh, that's the curse again. That's terrible. Ice Bomb. I don't like it very much. We'll do Slippery Ice. Life and mana regen's free, but so is tenacity, and I kind of want gold, actually. Increased area. Yeah. Not receiving damage will restore. That's very much fine. I feel like maybe I should save my tumbles for when I get webbed or otherwise slowed down, just so I can get away. Even more attack speed and movement speed, but only temporarily. We'll try that. We'll see how fast they are then. That'll give me some indication of how much I can stack that without suffering. I think even with this much movement speed, it's kind of okay. Which tells me I can stack it a few more times. Resistance to damage over time, that's free. decrease damage for each yard between you and them. Sure. They're gonna run to me anyway. They're gonna be pretty close most of the time. Another level. Invincible enemy. Or area. We'll do area. I want to boost my gold. Shadow damage. Regen. With the amount of health they currently have, the regen's pretty free. But, I think shadow damage is also pretty free, honestly. I haven't given them a lot of damage modifiers at all, if any. And we're currently tanking all the hits very easily. We have 25k shield right now. It's crazy. 23k. Projectile range and speed sounds kind of bad, but I do want to boost my gold, and it's only for 4 turns. 4 waves. It is actually not even noticeable for me. That's fine. So now we know that projectile speed is also free. I don't mind taking that modifier. More speed. I need to stop getting webbed by those spiders. What just happened? Primordial? This is new. We've apparently leveled this up so much that it became primordial. What does that mean? What's the difference? Your max life is 1? What? No, don't do that. Whenever you gain life from Life Leech, life on hit or life on kill, if your life is full, life gain is converted to okay, I see. I think I will do that, then. We're basically doing a Chaos Inoculation build from Path of Exile at this point. That's cool. Does it give me... Do I start with really low shield, though? Because I don't see anywhere that it would give me shield instantly from the start. Am I just missing it? It might be a bad time to test this out in the middle of a forge run, but I'm gonna risk it. Enemies deal light damage. Explode upon dying. Primordial at X. Okay, but how do I access the normal one now? Oh, wait, no. Where? Oh, there. Weapon at X and Primordial at X. I see. I mean, it does give me a lot more shield. We're at 38k, 40k. That's kind of insane. But I just don't know if it's gonna make me squishy at the start of a run with just 1 hit point. I guess we'll test that out in battlefields later. Max life for 5 waves, it's okay. I also don't know if there's like effects that are based on my hit points. Like in Path of Exile, if you have no hit points or a low amount of hit points, you get stunned for longer. You have this thing called a stun threshold. And also all ailments last longer, but I have no idea if that's the case in this game as well. I'll do that one. I could always just go back to the normal version of the bow if it ends up being too scary or inconvenient at the start of a run. Whoops, forgot to do the next wave. A light totem is fine. 5 waves of light totem. Enemies deal light damage. We'll do the distance-based thing again. That seemed pretty trivial. I wonder if I can tank Adam Nostris's one-shot abilities now that I can stack my shield even higher. We could give him a try after. More speed. We're up to 60k shield right now, by the way. 70k? What on earth? Hey, Elite Largo. Yeah, that is nice. $75k, can I reach 80k? I think I would have an easier time building my shield if the enemies had more health, actually. Crit chance, fine. Another thing to consider now, though, is if I keep going with this primordial bow, I should probably unhighlight life modifiers, because we don't need those anymore. Ooh, I actually took some damage there. Projectile range, increased area is free as well. Shadow damage. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, I actually think I might take a boost to enemy health if I'm given another permanent choice here. Because currently they are acting as shield boosts for me by just taking hits. Oh, that was the final wave though. RIP. We made it. Beware, there are enemies left. Liar, there's no enemies. We made it. Didn't really get that much this time, I feel like. A lot of gold, at least. That's pretty good. Oh, and my shield has reset at 5.6k. Well, not reset, it has degened down to 5.6k. But I wonder if it's gonna go away when I change to another zone. That's a lot of Spirit of Hagen. Oh, that's why there's a bonus for them. Because Reaper Smith spirits of your current Slormancer receive a 200% bonus. That's good. Open it. Nice. What do we get? Life on hits. I really need to spend a lot of time just going through my gear and actually select these things. Max life off. No longer highlighted. I might do armor. I've already selected all damage reduction. That's pretty good, I think. The thing is, I don't know exactly how armor and LE resist work. I don't really want to dodge things. I think I'd prefer to focus on mitigating damage. LE penetration might be good here. Actually, it looks like my raw damage is the highest. I honestly don't know. Armor pen might also be good. The amount of armor that is ignored by your skill damage. Oh. Wait, no, my skill damage is the highest. Yeah, I'm really still lost on a lot of the intricacies of the mechanics in this. I don't really know a lot about them. Maybe we do Pierce as well. Additional projectiles, Pierce, Fork, and Rebound are all fun. What does Skill Mastery gain? Oh, I think I know. Yeah. Reaper Find, Reaper Experience Gain. I don't want to build like an MF build yet, so we're not going to go for find things. Maybe I do skill damage then. Wait. Oh, skill damage is the sum of your raw damage and Reaper damage, and represents the range of damage you can deal when dealing skill damage. Reaper damage is the second component of your skill damage. Raw damage is the first component of your skill damage. It's found on attributes, skills, passives, and equipment. What I don't understand is how the elemental damage is applied, though. Is it just an added flat bonus after the skill damage? And which one? Maybe that's it. Maybe the elemental damage is a flat added damage after the skill damage, and that one is affected by Ellie Pen. while the skill damage is affected by armor pen. Which would mean that I should prioritize armor pen over Ellie pen at least, because I'm dealing a lot more skill damage. I actually have armor pen and Ellie pen on these shoulders, but I want to replace them because their stats are not that great. So eventually we'll try to find something else for that. These gloves also need to be replaced, as does this helmet. I mean, all my gear can be upgraded. It's not the greatest. Oh, nice. Fork chance, life on hit. I might do that. We might upgrade... We might craft on these. We could lock the life on hit and add new epic stats. We could change the evasion to something more useful. And the projectile damage as well to something more useful. Crit chance, I don't mind. I'm not building for crit specifically, but I don't mind having it either. Is life regen also converted to shield, or is it just leech and life on hit and life on kill? Yeah, it seems to be only the on hit, the leech, and the on kill. Alright. Alright, so we're gonna craft these gloves at least. These boots I'll put in the box, because I'm collecting legendaries. I'll keep my current cloak for now, because it has movement speed. But yeah, I need to... Oh, see, this is what I was worried about. I now have 1 hit point at the start of a run. Let me just test that out by going to Battlefield real quick. How quickly do I build my shield at the very beginning? I mean, I didn't die, and now I have shield. I guess it's okay. There might be... I might just get exceptionally unlucky and just die at the start of something. But I don't think it's going to be a common occurrence. So I'm gonna keep using the primordial version of this weapon. Because it's fun. Oh, but I really wanted to craft those gloves, though. Let's, maybe get to that shortly. I'll clear this floor and then leave. I could maybe do some more temple now as well, but let's craft first. I hope I have enough of the thingies that I can never remember the name of. Slormalines. Those are useful for crafting. Right, so how do I want to do this? First we take that off. Let me have a look at it. I want to get rid of the evasion, so I should lock the attack speed. I might want to reroll the range of it first. What is it now? No, it's actually quite a high roll, so I'll just lock it. Lock the attack speed immediately. And reforge... not reforge... Yes, reforge normal stats to replace the evasion with something else. I'll settle for either damage or armor, I think. Raw damage would be fine here. That's kind of a low roll. Reforge normal scores to get a better roll on the raw damage. That's a worse roll. That's acceptable, we'll keep that. Defense. For defense, we just reroll or reforge to another thing altogether. Armor, probably. Yeah, I'll just do armor, I'll keep that as is. Crit chance is actually pretty good. What are the other options, though? Life leech. Raw damage. We could do percentage raw damage as well. Yeah, I think I'll re-roll it, actually. Because we have tons of these magic Slormalines anyway. It's pretty much free to re-roll this to get exactly the thing I want. Which I think is either... Wait, we replaced Life Leech here. Maybe I... How am I doing on Life Leech? Let me check. Where is it? We have some. Even without these gloves equipped. Where's my other life leech? It's on the amulet, which I'm probably keeping for a little while, even though it's kind of low level. It has good stats on it, at least. Alright, but let's reforge the magic stats into something more useful. Percentage elemental damage. I don't think I want that. Projectile damage reduction. Life leech. I'll do life leech. It's currently a mediocre roll. We'll do another reforge on the score. That's good enough. Honestly, I don't want to waste too much here. Rare stats. Fork chance. That one I want to keep, but maybe I want to reforge the score to be a bit higher. Oof. 10. I'll settle for that. We want to lock the life on hit. If I had a lot of these epic Slormalines, I would reforge the score first to get a higher roll, but I think I just lock it, because I only have 8. And then reforge epics to add some more. Projectile speed. Don't really care about that. Increased area and pierce chance. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I'll take that. So that's pretty much how you can craft an item almost from scratch. It would be a lot better if the base item had a pure stat. But in this case, I didn't start with a pure stat item. What is this? Whenever you deal ancestral strike damage, you gain ancient recognition, reducing the cost of your skills to 0. I see. Well, I'm mainly aiming to replace my legendaries. This one, the Resounding Bulwark, seems like a really bad button to press right now, because it just removes all my shield. And deals a little bit of damage around me. So I don't even want this on my bar at all. But I need a base helmet to craft on. Preferably with a pure stat that I care about. Let's... Oh, can I actually make more of these? I can use Slormancer fragments. Oh. Interesting. Whoa. Are those used for anything else, though? No, they're only used for merging. That's cool, okay. They can be merged into different things, but they're only used for merging. So let's craft a few of these. Because I'm running low on the epic ones. Oops, I just accidentally hit that button. That's bad. Did not mean to consume the rares. I'll make some rares as well. Oh, I keep accidentally clicking the wrong thing. Each Slorm Reaper has a primordial form that you can unlock. These are usually stronger, but also harder to use. You can use the standard form or the primordial form, yep. Okay, now it gives me that tutorial. I guess they level up simultaneously as well. They have the same amount of XP. However, the primordial doesn't have the same amount of victims, so it doesn't count the victims from the previous version. Where was I? I needed to craft more of these things. I wish I could customize a number. I don't want to do max, but I also don't want to do as few as 3. And I don't want to accidentally click the achievement pop-up if I get one. I have a few legendary fragments as well. Oh, but those are actually a lot more pricey. Or rather, I don't have enough of them at all. We'll do that. Right, we now have a lot of resources for potential crafting. I could reinforce a bunch of stuff as well, at least my better items like this one. And that one. I'm not using any extra chance to crit reinforce or anything like that. We're basically just doing budget reinforcements right now. Until I get a better handle on what I actually want on my gear. These items are kind of temporary. That one's too high level to actually reinforce. It's already been reinforced a bunch of times. This one we don't care about anymore because I'm looking to replace it. Log in, it's Slorman time. Hey, Sally. Yeah. Such a good game. I love slorming. I just feel like everything is so intuitive and convenient as well. It's so fun to play. In a lot of other ARPGs, I feel like I have to do a bunch of homework and research to even be able to play the game. Whereas in this one, I'm just learning things as I go, and it's actually working. Alright, let's scrap those things and stash those things. And I'm gonna have another look through my my stats and highlight the ones I care about. Movement speed, maybe attack speed is good too. I think it is probably. The majority of my damage is skill damage. Oh, I see. Skill damage is not a separate stat that you can get on items, but if I click there, I highlight raw damage. Alright. I'm going to focus on raw damage in terms of damage modifiers on gear. Elemental's fine, but I feel like raw damage is my biggest contributor. And maybe we just don't care about elemental penetration and just go straight for armor penetration instead. Damage to elites? Nah. Elemental resistance. I want that. Tenacity. Ooh, I wonder if there's a way to actually become immune to all sorts of crowd control if I max this out. Actually, decreased duration, I think if I had 100% on this, let's say I got hit by a 4-second slow, it would probably just have it. It would reduce it by it would reduce the duration in half, probably. But I could be wrong. Maybe 100% is actual immunity. I'm not sure. I guess some testing is required for that if I ever get a bunch of tenacity. All damage reduction, elite damage reduction. I don't want these specific ones. I just want the all damage and the armor and Ellie res, I think. That seems the most, that seems to be the way to cover all your bases. Maybe like PoE where duration is only 100% immunity if the enemy does not have extra duration. Ah, true, yeah. PoE also has a really cool one where instead of reducing the duration, you can reduce the effect it has. So that you can be affected by a thing, but it doesn't actually do anything. Like, you can be shocked, but have no negative downside to being shocked. If you have 100% effect reduction of shock. There's a lot of, like, self-ailment infliction things that synergize with that. But I don't think that's a thing in this game. I don't see any ailment effect stats. Unless they're unique to specific legendaries or something. The inner fire thing is interesting. I think if I do another build on a different character, like the knight maybe, I'll try the inner fire thing. But not for this character. I think I'm happy with my current highlighted stats. I don't think I need to add any more. Alright. What do I want to do next? Maybe some tower? I still need to find more Reaper runes, which are only from the Forge, I believe. We could give Adam Nostris a try, but I'm pretty sure he's just gonna one-shot me. Let's try it. I don't think there's any penalty for dying in this. See, I'm not leeching enough because there's only him. So I'm not really getting the big shield yet. Okay, now he's got ads. That helps. But I really feel like I need to avoid all the big telegraphed attacks, otherwise I just die. We'll see though. And he has a lot of health as well. See, this one I probably need to avoid. He's so tanky. There we go. Oh, what is this? I think we got him to a second phase. I haven't made it this far before. I don't know what to do here. I think we need probably to kill these pillars. I'm actually not getting one-shot, though. I think I might be strong enough to tank some of his one-shot abilities now. With this amount of shield. It really helps that he summons this many ads. That makes it a lot more doable. Yeah, my shield is 55k right now, which is more than enough. I even ran through the lasers there and survived it. The thing is, he is also just lasting forever. I need more damage. I definitely tanked a big one-shot ability there. But now my health is low, or my shield is low again. Oof, that would have killed me. Ow! Let's not get hit by the beam multiple times. That's not a good idea. I also wonder if I can drop that ice thing on him if I'm standing close to him when it finalizes the spots. Do these ground effects never fade? It's getting messy in here now. Alright, so I tried dropping the thing on him, and it didn't really do much. As far as I could tell. But at least now we have a lot of ads to recover health from. I feel like we're just gonna get overwhelmed by the ice on the ground here. We'll see. Ow. Actually, I have 90k shields. He had so many extra monsters that I just built my shields a lot there. How are you not dead yet? Jeez. This feels like SL1 with a broken short sword. What is SL1? Not familiar with that abbreviation. Soul level? Oh, I don't know Souls games, sorry. But yeah, he's way too tanky. It might just be that I haven't scaled my damage far enough yet to be able to intentionally take him on. But I have scaled my defenses to the point where I can tank his one-shots and just brute force it, it seems. Never mind. I got stuck there. Alright, we're gonna go back with more damage at some point. I don't think we're ready for him yet. You want some easy free damage? I do not. Not right now. I'm still figuring things out for myself. I don't want any help just yet. I'm gonna upgrade the Hagen affinity. I guess we could do more Great Forge. I want to try some more Slorm Temple too, though. Game is kind of addicting. It is. It's a lot of fun. In spite of how repetitive it is, like you're basically doing the same encounters over and over, but it's still fun. It's really, really grindy. And there's honestly there's not that much different content, but all the content that's there is fun to do. And the systems are so good, like the underlying crafting systems and how loot drops, how you can filter items. Everything is so well done. Not to mention the ancestral legacy tree and the skill trees. So good. I was gonna try another class for a little, but then I realized I almost had 40 hours on my mage and still got plenty left to do. Yeah. I think it takes quite a while to get to the end game. Like, proper end game. There's probably some tricks to speed up the XP grind. Like, if I had a lot more damage, I could do higher wrath levels and get more XP and stuff. But I'm not in a hurry yet. I wanna just progress at my own pace for now, and then occasionally I'll do some research off stream to see if I can improve my character. So I'm pretty much demolishing these tower levels at least. Or temple levels. I managed to go up another tier from just a minor detail I had missed. There's interesting stuff for the damage, yeah. My initial build that I had on the last stream was kind of scuffed, and it got a lot better with this light-based version. But I'm sure I'm far from optimal right now as well. But like I said, I'm not in a hurry to min-max. I just want to explore the game at my own pace for now. I mean, I just learned about the crafting system like 2 days ago. How to actually make good items. And how to highlight stats. Found out about the highlighting after like level 60. Yep. Same. Alright, actually my curiosity is getting the better of me. What is the easy free damage you mentioned, Gadden? You can tell me. Spending my Slorm on talents and skills that I don't use. Oh, I knew about that actually. I just haven't been spending that much recently. Although I've mostly put it in the ancestral tree, which I guess is less efficient if I'm not focusing on elemental damage. But yeah, I should probably put more in my unused skills. That's a good idea. Slasha, the Shivering Bow of Winter. Ooh, maybe we try an ice-based build at some point. But yeah, let's spend some points. I'll just put points in Immortal Arrow. Because you see it affects raw damage up there on the top left. Even if I don't use the skill. And even if I don't use the selected talent. Or passive. So basically you just want to farm a bunch of Slorm and max out the skills you don't use. That's so funny. Very interesting mechanic. What did I get? Ultimatum of Perfect Segmentation. Your fork chance is set. Ooh. I haven't found a good use for the ultimatums yet. I feel like they're... Like, you need to find one that you don't have any additional bonuses to, and you need to upgrade it a bit. I had read about it, but kinda forgot, and then I hit a point where I just needed a little extra, and that was the change. Okay. Just spend some time unlocking levels and some skills to have more slots to spend on. Yeah. That's another good point. I would have to get rid of my Rain of Arrows temporarily to get more mastery levels on skills. But I know just where to do that. Actually... There's a really good leveling area in the main campaign that you can go back to at any time. Let's swap to a skill I haven't leveled yet. Like this piece of crap. And I'm just going to use my main ability instead. Now, this is not the place. We can do Tempopotamus Bastion with match my level toggled on. And then we just trigger these 3 runes, or breaches, and fight these enemies to completion. It's so good. So much XP in Slorm. And it's a very easy encounter because it's basically Wrath 0. With my build, I go there and pop my minions and AFK. Nice. Yeah, I wanted to try a minion build as well, but there's so many different things I want to try. I don't really... I'm gonna stick to one for now. I want to reach the end game on one character at least. And then we just leave. We don't complete it, because if you just leave, you can just go back in immediately. And do the same thing over again. They just stand there, so it's not like a Summoner Necro. Aw. Do they have ranged attacks? Is it more like totems, then? Kinda like totems, yeah. I know this class has a totem as well. If you change the build to the other subclass. But I really like the tumble ability for movement, so I'm not using the totem. And I also saw some minion things in this tree.
I like it.
Hey, literally, Eita. Congrats on being the first today. 2 hours in. Sturdy Blorms. Blorm. Entering Blorms. Blorms are minions, basically. These ancestral thingies. You create a Blorm out of nothing. The Blorms you control deal more damage. Your ancestral strikes refresh the life duration of every Blorm. Mind explaining the difference between the different maps and dungeons you can do? Sure, after I do this. The one that I'm doing right now is part of the main campaign that you start the game with, where you just play through the story parts. And you can return to that at any point. This just happens to have 3 of these breaches in one small room, which is really good for leveling. But there's also a bunch of endgame areas that you can do over and over, which give different types of endgame rewards. But yeah, let's just go through them one by one real quick. At least the ones I've unlocked so far. So aside from the campaign areas, which are on the map, they're this blue portal. You progress through those gradually while you play the campaign. But aside from those, you have this thing, which has battlefields, 2 different types of battlefields in 5 different zones. There's one where you get boss events every few waves, and then there's another where it's easier to find your way around because it's less labyrinthy. And there's just a bunch of breaches that you fight and then move on to the next floor. And you can go as many floors as you want. And you just farm. Just grind everything. And you need to grind some of these to get the Elder Slorm, which is required for Slorm Temple and Great Forge. Slorm Temple is basically... How do I explain the Slorm Temple? It's just a series of floors with encounters, and then you get pure Slorm, which you can spend on stuff. And every floor has... Or some floors have predetermined rewards, like these ultimatums. And apparently some floors have predetermined bosses as well. Like floor 50, for instance, had this boss, I think. The Great Forge is the most similar to a roguelite, where you select 3 different challenges for the waves. And you just play through 100 waves, or up to 100 waves of monsters, while selecting modifiers to make your chests that you get at the end have better rewards. This one's a lot of fun. I think I'll play more of this today, because I need to find some activation runes and effect runes and stuff as well. That's the only way to get those, I think. There might be more in the last tier, the last chapter, but I have not unlocked that yet. I still need the Reaper runes and the Adam Nostris fight. So we'll see. I'm ready to upgrade this now. Yeah, no problem. That can also be upgraded. And this. And I don't care about any of the other stuff right now. Inner fires, what is this? Elemental and elemental resist and raw damage. I think for rings, I definitely want movement speed, because basically any item that can have movement speed, I want movement speed on. Let's go back to leveling up this a bit more. In the Tempepotamus Bastion. We're up to 80k shield right now. Yeah, I feel like this primordial bow is definitely taking care of my defensive needs. I might actually unspec these and swap over to Reaper damage. Or raw damage, rather. Yeah, let's do that. It's really cool that you can just fully respec anything at any point with no penalty. So I can divest all the Slorm that I've spent in here and just move it to skills instead. To get raw damage. And so many weapons and combos with the skills and runes. Yeah, there's so much content. Why does this appear to be active? It's not though. It just shows as though it were active. It's not grayed out like the others. I wonder if that's a bug. That one too. Could it come from an item? I don't know. It's not actually active though. I can't... Huh. Yeah, there's 4 of them that are not grayed out. This one, this one, this one, and this one. They might have some special interaction with something that I'm not aware of. But they are the only ones that are not grayed out. Weird. Alright, let's invest in the skill that we're never gonna use. For some additional raw damage. Hey Petro, it looks like one for each element type. Yeah, it kinda did. Looked kind of elemental. Just the trees for specific damage? Oh, maybe just to make it visually clearer where they are on the tree? Yeah. That's a good hypothesis. That might be it. Man, I have a lot of Slorm to spend here. And that's going to give me a lot of raw damage. Hopefully... enough to move up a Wrath level or even kill Adam Nostris. We'll see. Alright, that's all I can afford right now. Maybe a bit more. Yeah, we spent it all. Long time no see. Hey, welcome back. It is a bit scary seeing my health at 1 at the start of every run. There might be some other ways to get shields as a baseline, like having shield from the start, or maybe regenerating shield or something. We'll see. I haven't found them yet, though. Let's spend a dexterity point. What did I just find? A ring with armor and pure elemental resistance. I might craft on this and replace my weakest ring. My weakest ring is definitely the one on the right here. The epic Chop Chop Dragon Skin Halo. It does have a lot of movement speed, but I can craft better movement speed now, probably. So we'll craft on this. I just made new gloves, so I'm not going to bother with that. Experience gain. Oh, is this going to be better? No, that one has pure stats. I'll do that. I think I want to craft this ring right now. While I still remember to do it. Alright, this one is the one to replace. We're not really losing much except for the movement speed by taking this off. I should have replaced this ages ago, it's not that good. Now I just want to put movement speed somewhere on this. And fill all the slots. Crit damage can go, I don't need that. Reforge magic stats. I think the last time I was here was sometime during Bestiary League or so before it. Oh, nice. Old school Path of Exile streams. Yeah, those are... That's a long time ago. All your speed is from an ultimatum. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's one way to go. You could just upgrade the movement speed ultimatum a lot and just use that. That's certainly a possibility. Armor. Sure. Maybe this ring will just be for defense. Actually, I should reforge the score on the flat armor on the defense. Max roll, nice. Alright, let's add a rare stat. Max life is pointless for me.
You there. Yeah, you, fishy fella.
Hey you, hey broken one. Raw damage, flat raw damage, I'll take that. Although I might want to do movement speed on this. Hang on, we'll add epic stats first and see if we get movement speed. We do not. I'll reforge that again. Because I don't want ice resistance or max mana. Elite damage reduction, lightning res, area size. Nah. Life regen, all damage reduction. I do want the all damage reduction, and that's a pretty decent roll. I might lock that. Yeah. Let's try to add some others. LA resist and fire assist. Maybe I reforge the score and get a better roll on the LA resist. Max roll, nice. Now we lock it. And then reforge epic stats again until we find something useful. Rebound chance is actually quite good, but I don't have my movement speed anywhere yet. I might retool the magic stats to be movement speed instead. I don't need that much armor. Probably. It's not the greatest roll anyway. Let's try to get movement speed from magic, because that's really cheap to reroll. There are a lot of options here, but thankfully we can just keep spamming it. The guy who got hacked on the Discord, he wasn't brand new, no. It's someone that arrived during some of the Hitman drops. Not the last one, but the one before, I think. But they haven't been very active in the community. Not recently, anyway. Yeah, they must have clicked some link that they weren't supposed to click, or installed some kind of malware. I'm gonna reforge the score for movement speed to get it higher. .5. I think the rebound chance is also an acceptable value. I might reforge the raw damage to be a higher value. The rare stats. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, we got a max roll again. How am I getting so many max rolls? Jeez. That's my new ring. It's so cool that all the affixes, instead of being like prefix and suffix based, they're basically tied to a specific stat slot. Like there's a base stat, a defense stat, a magic stat, a rare stat, and 3 epic stats. And then there's also a legendary modifier that can be added on top of that, but that's pretty expensive. It's funny how cheap the game is and how much value it is, especially if you compare it to like Diablo 4. Yeah. It is actually such insanely good value, and I wish I'd known about it sooner. I wish more people knew about this game. It's so good. It deserves a lot more attention. Let's put this in a box. Is there another thing in the discard? Oh. Yeah, I was expecting that one. Thank you for letting me know. Those fake art spammers are always an issue. I suspected that account when they entered the server like a few days ago. It really looked suspicious from the start, but I usually don't ban in advance without them having done anything yet. Wish the camera was a little bit more zoomed out, because the jittery movement is a bit jarring. You can turn off the jittery movement, but then you lose the ability to see as far. Like, you can turn off active camera. That locks the camera around your character, except when you're near a wall. But then you can't see as far to the sides when you aim. So it's a trade-off, but if the jittery movement bothers you a lot, then definitely turn off active camera. There's a lot of good settings in the menus here. The character movements? Huh. Oh, I don't know then. I don't know what is bothersome about that. Don't really get it. I'm looking for a new amulet, I think, because this one's been boosted a lot, and it's kind of low level to begin with. We're looking for a helmet and spauldrons, shoulder plates. Mainly. As well as the amulet. Let's scrap this stuff. Put this in the box. Do I have resources to spend here? I already boosted my affinity. I can upgrade the Reaper runes, that's what I wanted to do. Especially this one, if I can afford it. Yeah, now it can have more charges. And then... that one as well, and the other one... oh, it takes the same resource. I should have spent more on this and less on this. Oh well, I'll know that for next time. Because I want the charges to build a bit more quickly. That's okay though. Alright, so how am I filtering right now? Pure stat that is also highlighted. For the first 3 tiers, that's fine. And this one, we're also just showing highlighted stats in general. That's okay, that's exactly how I want it to be, actually. Can I spend Pure Slorm out here? No, I need to go to the temple, it seems. I forgot to spend while I was in here, so let's go back to the temple. And let's select Rain of Arrows here. But yeah, I think I agree that it would be nice to be a little bit more zoomed out. But that would also make it harder to see effects on the ground that are close to you. I don't know. I wouldn't zoom out a lot more, just a little bit. I think it's skipping that the character does when walking. I see what you mean. Just the simple animation of it. Looks like they're skipping. Like, they're not the same heights all the time. So it kind of looks like they're going up and down when they're not. It doesn't really bother me, but I could see how it could bother someone. Let's spend some Pure Slorm. I want the Pure Slorm, or Pure Stat chance, rather. Because that's pretty huge. Increase the possible Pure Max score. Pure Stat Max score on Pure items. I guess we'll spend some of that, too. These stats are really strong, I think. Getting Elder Slurm doesn't seem like a big issue right now. I'm getting a lot of it just by playing normally. The enemies are getting tanky in here now. What was that? Oh, it was belt. Hey David, happy Norway Day a few days back. Thanks. I celebrated it by completely avoiding it. Too much noise. Sounds like the correct thing to do. For me, it definitely is. I tend to avoid most traditional holidays or celebrations if I can. Anything noisy or stressful, it's just not worth it most of the time. I wonder if the max level on the Reaper is 100 or not. We're pretty close to 100 on this. The Reapers seem to level a lot faster than your character level. try something as well. Let's try to display hero life bar always, now that we have a shield. Maybe the total as well. Because I don't tend to look at my life bar at the bottom, and I kind of do want to know how much shield I have at all times. We're hovering around 20k for the most part in this run. Sometimes 30k. I wonder if I can just have... wait. Just have the numbers? Is that going to be confusing or not? If I show the bar, I can tell more easily when I'm getting low. I think I'll have the bar without the numbers, actually. Okay, so it stops down there when it's at, like, the baseline that doesn't degen anymore because of the Slorm Reaper. I see. I'll keep it like this for now. I think if you're not using shield, if you're just using health, it's better to have it only show when you're missing health. Otherwise it can get a bit distracting. And unhelpful. But the shield behaves differently, and I'd rather see when the shield is lower. And I don't really have any health that I can afford to lose with this build. I have 1 health. Let's look at this as well. Ashes. Bow of the Blorm Chieftain. Ooh, that's a minion bow. Interesting. Blorm up is automatically equipped and at max rank. While being soulbound, Blorms you control have melee recast chance. While they stand on a shadow seal, Blorms have cooldown reduction. While being the avatar of shadow, Blorms you control have critical strike damage. Oh. At some point in the future, I do want to try a minion build with those Blorms. But not today. I think the plan right now is going to be to go to floor 80. Get another ultimatum, hopefully. And then I'll take a quick break after that, I think. Quick break and then more forge runs, maybe. I still need runes from the forge. Wait, is my activation rune not working anymore? What is going on there? Did I accidentally unequip it or something? I did. That's exactly what I did. That makes a lot of sense. I was wondering why I was not getting any charges on my runes. Alright, now I have one charge. Takes quite a while to get charges for it. I do need some more upgrades to make that faster. Two charges. What do we get now? Ultimatum of Impeccable Technique. Which does what exactly? Where is it? Inventory. Inner fire damage is set. Okay. Meh. Elder Bow of the Slorm Temple. Huh. I didn't see this earlier. I can actually gather enough pure Slorm to just buy a bow directly. Non-elite enemies have a 2% chance to drop Elder Slorm upon dying. So this is for farming Elder Slorm. Oh, it adds extra damage based on the amount of my current Elder Slorm. Picking up Elder Slorm triggers Ultima Momentum, granting you a 1.01% multiplier added to your ultimatum. Wow. For the next 12 seconds. I see. Well, that would change my builds completely, because I wouldn't be able to use this. I don't want to do that. Let's just invest in some more pure stat chance and pure stat max score. I might do this crown. I might craft that into something. Gloves, don't care. Oh, I already had this in the legendary stash. I see. I'll salvage it then. Alright, what do I lose from this? Rebound chance, which is really good. I'll try to get that back. Don't really care about the rest that much. Let's try to craft something useful out of this thing. The base stats need to be changed completely. I'll have to keep the defense stat because it's a pure stat. Yeah, normal stats need to be reforged. Elemental damage, evasion, nah. Mana regen, max mana, nah. Armor and elemental resist are the ones I want, actually. Ones I want. Minion damage can be removed, but I lock the elemental resist then. I need to reforge the scores to get a higher elemental resist. 582 is acceptable. Lock the ele resist. And change this to either armor. I think armor. Elemental damage is okay, but I think armor is the best one to go for here. Especially since normal stats are pretty cheap to reforge. I'll do a higher score. Good enough. Defense scores, we'll keep that as is. Magic scores, we'll do something else with. Actually, we'll add an epic stat and a rare stat first. Let's see if we get anything. Thorns is useless. Oh shit, why is this so expensive to add an epic stat to? Damn, I can't finish this craft yet. I mean, I could still make it better than what I'm currently wearing, but I can't add the epic stats right now because I'm out of money. I can add, I can change the rare stats to be better and the magic stats to be better. Can I get movement speeds? No, not on a headpiece. All damage reduction and rebound chance. The rebound chance is the one I actually want to get back. Either rebound chance or... I think that's the only one I want for the rare stats. Or the all damage reduction. They can both happen on magic as well, so I'll keep this one because it high rolled. We'll change the magic stat to be rebound chance. Thankfully, this part is pretty cheap to reroll. Otherwise, I would quickly run out of money. Going through literally everything before reaching the one I want. So that one had 12. I can get it up to almost 13 right now, but we'll reinforce it as well later. 12.6. Slightly lower. I can be greedy here. I can afford to. Let's try to get higher than that. I keep getting 12.6 over and over. There we go, 12.8. That's a decent item, but I can still add epic stats to it later on. And I'll just scrap this because I'm pretty sure I have it. I have this legendary already in my bank. Maybe I temporarily change my filter to be gold. And try to farm a bit. Not here. Because I want to finish that craft. I need to actually pick up the gold as well, unfortunately. Gold pickup radius is not that big in this. I think maybe I'll do a forge run instead. For the gold. It's a lot more fun, less repetitive. Hey, Average Flamer. Welcome. Where do you put this game in the list with PoE, Last Epoch, and Diablo 4? Somewhere between... Actually, it depends on what you want, but I think it's definitely on par with Last Epoch. PoE is obviously the best ARPG on the market, but like I said, it really depends on what you want, because PoE also requires that you dedicate your entire life to be able to enjoy it. Well, this is a lot more accessible. But you have to play PoE for like 28 hours per day to get good at it. And there's only 24 hours in a day, and you should sleep for 8 of those hours, so, yeah. Hey, Krabby Joey, for you, Last Epoch is better. Last Epoch greater than Slormancer. PoE D4, never played. I see. But yeah, it really depends on what you want out of the game. In terms of accessibility and depth, this one is definitely on par with Last Epoch, for sure. But in terms of value, it is incredible. It's such a cheap game. And I think Diablo 4 is just garbage, and nobody should buy it. Don't buy Diablo 4. Get Slormancer instead. It's more fun and much better. Has a lot more depth. Oh, I want to craft this as well. At some point, I did want a better amulet. Problem is you already bought D4. Oh well. Accidents happen. I bought it knowing it wasn't worth it, and it was true. Yeah, I mean, if you can afford it and you just want to see what it's like, I guess it's fine. Hang on, I really need to take a quick break and get some more coffee and use the bathroom, though. I'll do another Forge run after that. The Great Forge. Hey, Shooty Gaming. You're new to Slormancer. Nice. Welcome in. I'll be right back, though. Just a quick break before the Forge run. Boo. Don't really hate on D4 because I like the brainless grinding sometimes, but I guess that means I should buy this game as well. This game has a lot of brainless grinding. In a good way. Like, the grinding is so much fun. But what it has that D4 doesn't have is actual depth and complexity of builds. Instead of just getting upgrades that are basically just the same numbers being bigger than before. Alright, let's do some Great Forge. I think I'll stick to Wrath 3 for now. Is it class related? Or can you become a melee character with respecking? Well, there are 3 classes, and you're bound to one of the 3 classes. There are some melee skills for the Huntress as well, and they have 3 specializations each. But yeah, the classes have skills. These are locked to the classes. But there's a lot of stuff. There's additional skills that you can get from the Ancestral Legacy tree and from your currently equipped Slormancer. As well as some legendary gear will also give you skills. So in a way, some aspects are bound to a certain class, and some are bound to gear and the ancestral tree. But you can also just switch. In the same save, you can just switch to the other classes. But they are leveled separately, so my mage is really low level and doesn't have the best gear. And my knight I've barely touched, so... I'm gonna focus on the Fierce Huntress. Where does she stand normally? Down here. But yeah, let's do some Great Forge. I'm gonna do Wrath 3. And 4 waves, or 4 doors. Invincible enemy, that's fine. I actually feel a lot stronger now than I did the last time I was in the Great Forge. So this should go more smoothly. Crit evasion, that's fine. Level 99 on the Reaper, nice. Mana regen doesn't matter. I kind of want a way to speed up the waves even more. They should add an option, actually, to just pop up this menu instantly whenever it's available and just let you pick immediately, instead of having to manually do it. I think that would be nice. 3 waves, chosen by shadows. I guess I'll do that. Half a year without updates to Stardew? Well, to be fair, Eta, Stardew got a lot of updates after release. It is significantly bigger now than it was at release. Any market system or all solo? It is single player only. But the crafting system is amazing. Light damage, that's fine. Not enough mana. I must have missed too many times. I do get tons of mana when I actually hit enemies. Oh, never mind. It's because of the shadow thing. It prevented me from gaining life or mana. Interesting. Elite enemies. I'll do that. So I definitely want to avoid the shadow thing, because that was a really nasty debuff. I don't want to be out of mana like that. More enemies. I think it might be time to up the Wrath level to 3, or to 4. Maybe even 5, we'll see. But I'll finish this Forge run. I guess I can be a lot more liberal with my choice of difficult debuffs. Because it's so easy right now. If the rewards are good. I do want money. Yay, Siege Leader. Hey, Oleo Chafant, welcome. A well-deserved rest. What do we get this time? Whenever you trigger your effect rune, you then have a chance to trigger it again a second time. Every second for the next 10 seconds. Wow. Chance to trigger is relative to the constraint of your effect rune. Okay. What is this? You gain an unrelenting stack that lasts 5 seconds and can stack up to 10 times. These are based on level. You have 20% retaliation for each unrelenting stack. The next time a negative effect should be applied to you, if you have unrelenting stacks, the negative effect is ignored. Ooh, that is a way to mitigate crowd control then. Interesting. Hey, Arizorn. That's really interesting, but I don't want it right now. Just flat raw damage? Oh. How am I finding the game? It is by far the best value ARPG on the market right now. So good. It's a hidden gem. Whenever you deal damage to an enemy, you have a chance to inflict him, dealing elemental damage over time. What I'm curious about, though, is the flat raw damage. I wonder if that's just always active. Surely not. I'll pick this one. I'm not going to equip it right now. Enemies have 50% resistance. That's fine. I still don't want this curse, though. It can be really bad. Lightning bolts are fine. Crit strike. Another curse, no thanks. I'm gonna go with the Ice Ray because it's temporary and I can deal with it. shadow symbol is kind of easy. We'll do that. Alright, always greater speed. I think I'm going back and forth on this a bit, but I think I want to see the life total in numbers, just so I can easily see how many shield points I have at all times. Never even heard of this game before, looks great. Yeah, that's the thing, it's very unknown, like, it came out of nowhere for me. But apparently people have been playing it in early access for well over a year. I only noticed it because someone that usually does Last Epoch content posted a video about this game. And then another person that I chat with mentioned this game to me as well. So it got on my radar that way. Just a few days ago. Otherwise, I would never have found this. And this definitely deserves the attention. It deserves a lot more attention than it has gotten. I'm glad it came on your radar, otherwise I'd probably play something way less fun at the moment. Yeah, me too. Slippery ice. We want the money here. I want to stack my money. Trying to get enough money to craft the thing. Am I seeing correctly that you're now doing 1 HP but shield? Yes. We are basically Chaos Inoculation from Path of Exile. This primordial upgraded version of my bow just changed my max life to 1, but it also boosts my shield a lot. Because now I can actually life leech and life on hit directly to the shield. Which is really cool. Additional enemies, we'll take that. Shield in this game is a little different than Path of Exile though, because it degenerates instead of regenerating. But the bow makes it so that it can only degen to 6,110 on max level apparently. It doesn't drop below that from the passive degen. How do I make my weapon glow? I don't know. It might be because it's a primordial. I basically max leveled this, or got it to the level where it changed to a primordial, and then equipped that. What have been your favorite games you've played so far this year? Look Outside. Look Outside is the best game I've played in like a decade. It's so good. And then there's this on second place, honestly. Best games of this year. I got my primordial staff and I don't even know what triggered it. I assume level. I think it's level, but it's not the max level. It's based on some other threshold. Increased area size. Yeah. I should be careful with my mana here. There we go. Back in action. As soon as I hit a bunch of enemies, my mana just on hits to full. Just became primordial at level 98. Yeah. I think you can reduce the primordial threshold by having affinity for that type of reaper. That might be it. so that it levels, or it turns Primordial at a lower Reaper level. Seems nice that you can make it work without needing a crazy special build. I did do some stuff to build around it, though. But yes, it's good that you can make a lot of builds work without changing your gear too much. It was like 60 something and then bam, Primordial. Oh, okay. I don't know what caused that. But yeah, I built around the whole light mechanic with the shield globes by putting points into these things. Basically turning my build into a light build. Not that. Basically just these two, I guess. Yeah, Halls. If it's high enough level, it turns Primordial. Yeah. What was that? Oh, I picked Ice Bombs. I thought it was the other ice mechanic. Oh well. Slippery Ice. We'll do that. If you've invested in the faction, it turns Primordial at a lower level. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like the affinity for the Slormancer. Can I see that somewhere? Where would that be? I mean, I can see it in the... If you look at the top right of this tooltip, it says 35. That is my affinity for Hagen Reapers. I think that might be it. You upgrade that by talking to this guy outside of the forge when you're not in the forge fights. Recast or fire damage? I'll just do fire damage. And there's the ice ray. I don't really enjoy this one that much, but it's fine. I think even if I get chilled, I have enough of a shield buffer that the enemies are no threat to me at all. We'll give them more movement speed and attack speed temporarily. I actually feel like I'd be better off with the enemies having more health right now. Because I'm not getting enough leech. I thought an ARPG was like Baldur's Gate. No, that's just an RPG. And no, this is not like Vampire Survivors. It looks similar in art style, but it's nothing like Vampire Survivors. Is there a hardcore mode? I don't know. I didn't see one. So I would assume if there is one, it's hidden. It's more similar to Vampire Survivors than it is to PG3. Yes, but that's still a bit of a stretch. Actually, no, I don't even agree with that. This has a lot more RPG elements than Vampire Survivors. But I can see how you could get the Vampire Survivors vibe, because I'm currently playing a subsection of the game where you get 3 choices every wave, and enemies are just appearing from all sides. But that's not the entire game. This is just one piece of content in a larger game. Like, this is not the entire game. I'm just currently grinding a thing in this piece of content. But an ARPG stands for Action RPG, and the first one was Diablo. Basically, that's what defined the genre. Diablo 1 and 2. And these days we have a bunch more of them, like Grim Dawn, Path of Exile, Last Epoch. Baldur's Gate is more of a traditional RPG. It's basically Dungeons and Dragons. We'll do Slippery Ice again. I keep forgetting to do next wave. We'll do movement speed again. Diablo isn't really the first. What was the first then? To pull him actually? Which game before Diablo could be defined as an ARPG? Did you find the unique gives a ring that makes you cast Rain of Arrows all the time? I did not. Apparently a game called Falcom's Dragon Slayer. Okay, I've never heard of that. Like, Doom wasn't the first FPS. I mean, I would probably say Wolfenstein is the one that's defined that genre before Doom. But that was from the same developer as Doom. More attack speed. I'm not sure what you mean by enables really high cooldown. Do you mean that it lets you do stuff that increases your cooldown? Wait, that's not the right skill. Is there even anything that increases the cooldown here? I don't see it if there is. But I'm just gonna stick with my own homebrewed build for now. Don't really want to min-max that much yet. Elemental damage, sure. Rare. I think it's safe to say Doom. People bought PCs at the time to play Doom. At the point that some people jokingly called PCs Doom machines back then. I guess. Hey Marshiro. Increased area size. I love Doom, bought the whole franchise during Steam sale a while back. Me too. It was my first not RPG, my first first-person shooter as well. The original Doom game. But I did also play Wolfenstein at a later date. I just didn't know about that one. Yeah, the original Doom, especially if you play it on like a custom engine, like Chocolate Doom or GZ Doom if you want better graphics. And there's so much custom content for that game as well. There's modded WADs. WAD files being the game files. The controls suck. Well, that's what you can fix with the custom engines. You can make the controls feel better. You can have the ability to look up and down like a normal FPS these days. A more modern one. And you can add three-dimensional models to the enemies instead of sprites. More speed. Shield equal to the max life, that's fine. I'm having really bad RNG with the siege leaders. Even on the last run, where I had like 4 extra siege leader chance modifiers, I only got the 1 siege leader. Alright, we'll do them with the exploding bodies, that's fine. Ducka AB and Pulse, I have no idea what that means. Never heard of those. Armor and skill damage, sure. Rainbow Six Siege characters. Oh, wow. That's a bit of a stretch. Seal of Blindness is easy. I like that we have 3 waves going at once here. You'll accept your bad joke punishment. I don't really have a punishment for that right now. Other than shame, I guess. Ooh, we can make this permanent, which I don't really want. That's a lot of Slorm quality. Loot is converted to Elder Slorm. That's not helpful at all. Quality... War chest quality. Okay. Projectile range and speed. I had that earlier, and it wasn't too bad, actually, so we'll do that. One way you can tell that this game is really good is that I keep forgetting to drink my coffee. Enemies have increased area size. I actually want this reward more. Speed. More speed. As we've learned, we can easily handle at least 10 stacks of speed. Why not start Dota? No thanks. I really don't have any interest in any kind of competitive game these days. I much prefer the single player experience. Or more casual multiplayer games. Dead by Daylight is probably the only multiplayer game I've had fun with recently. Like in recent years. I don't really play ARPGs as multiplayer games either. Like, when I played Path of Exile, I barely grouped with anyone ever. Basically just solo all the way. This modifier is actually deceptively dangerous. This can stack infinitely, I believe. So if you kill a lot of enemies in a spot, this can get really dangerous. I don't want that. Chosen by Shadows is probably okay. As long as it's temporary. It does remove my ability to gain life and mana, which is really annoying. But it is temporary. It'll be gone in a few waves. Slippery ice, sure. These are all great, actually. These are easy to deal with. But this is 5 waves, so I'll do that one. Another big reason why I don't want to play competitive games is I stream to provide a chill experience and also to chill out myself, so I don't want that extra stress of trying to be competitive. Increased area. The more focused I have to be on a game, the less I can interact with chat as well, which is a problem when streaming. Molten lava, light damage, ice damage. I want money though. Let's do lava. It's a bit dangerous, but we have so much tank, it's fine. I don't think we're taking that much damage even when we're burning. I'm intentionally walking on the molten lava to see how it affects my shield, and it doesn't seem to be doing much at all. Additional waves. Or additional enemies, rather. When I was playing Dota, I had to teach myself not to rage. It was bad. See, that's the thing. If you're not having fun when playing a video game, you should probably do something else. That's what I've come to realize. when a game stops being fun, you should stop playing. Because there's so many other things you could do instead. And being better than someone else at a video game doesn't mean anything. Like, there's no reason to care about that. You're having fun overall, but moments would make you mad. Even so, you should at least take a break from it whenever those moments happen. Like, take a step back to untilt. Hey, Osmanic. Have a good one. More slippery ice. Wait, I hope that was temporarily. Damn, did I just put slippery ice forever? No, that's fine. It's temporary. Naps, you legend. Thank you for the raids. I've been assassinated by the Naps Templar. Oh no. Rip. Were you playing an older Hitman game by any chance? I think I saw you on my follows list this morning. Was it Blood Money? Increased area size. Nice. I have actually never played Blood Money. Just got to the White House level. It's a doozy. Maybe one of these days I'll actually play it. Shadow Symbol is free. I got in trouble once for telling someone who's tilting that instead of throwing his head against the wall, maybe they should take 5 and come back. It's all about how you tell them, though. Like, when someone's tilted, you have to choose your words carefully and not be an extra annoyance. Sometimes people just need to be left alone when they're tilted. Because anything you say will just add to the tilt. But I think it depends on the person. More money. It has not aged well compared to World of S. Aw. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I've been hesitant to play Blood Money. People have a lot of nostalgia for the older Hitman games, especially Blood Money and Hitman 2 Silent Assassin. But I really feel like they have some jank in them and haven't really aged very well. What would Hitman be without jank? Much better games, probably. Imagine if we had World of Ass without jank. Would easily be an 11 out of 10 game. No mud shots? That's not jank, that's an exploit. I'm talking about stuff like... the annoying stuff, like the fact that you enter a box when trying to open a door, or do a push eliminate when you're trying to vault over a ledge. That type of jank is the thing we would want to have removed. And also just some of the engine quirks where if you tab out, you sometimes get parts of the keyboard controls not working until you perform a specific set of actions. There's the blackout bug, where the screen goes black whenever you use Instinct during a picture-in-picture event. Just a lot of super annoying bugs that shouldn't be in the game. Tilting is an interesting thing. To my experience, the people who tilt the most are the ones that realistically should do it the least, because they're typically the ones in teams that are the worst. You might be onto something there. I mean, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, I guess. If instead of trying to get better, you get mad instead, you're never gonna get better. But it is really hard to manage tilt. It happens to the best of us. Sometimes you're just gonna have a really bad day and get tilted for no reason. And other times the reason is justifiable. Souls games help you not tilt? Oh. I guess I can't not tilt then, because I hate Souls games. Overwatch, on the other hand, I'd rather not play that either. But yeah, the worst games for tilters are the team-based competitive ones where you rely on your teammates to do stuff, and then people get in the habit of blaming their teammates instead of looking inward. Entirely unproductive, yeah. Obviously, sometimes the teammates are just bad, but you can't really get mad at someone for being bad at the game. Like, what is the point of being mad about that? Sometimes people need to play the game more to get better at the game and make mistakes to learn. Getting mad at that is just ridiculous. What is indirect damage? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Maybe like retaliation or thorns. Or like secondary effects in other ways. Dota makes you tilt because when a teammate dies, it not only slows your team down, but also makes the enemy stronger. So if someone dies a lot, it feels like they're helping your opponents. Yeah. That's the nature of, what are they called? MOBAs? But I don't really play those anymore. Oops. I did play some in Warcraft 3 custom games. Like, there was, that's where Dota started also, I think. Unless it was StarCraft custom games. I did play Dota All-Stars in Warcraft 3, and I also played something called Aeon of Strife, which I think predates Dota. And a few other similar type custom games in Warcraft 3. But it was all just casual fun back then. Like, people didn't get as mad at the video game as they do now. Maybe some people, but most people playing Warcraft 3 custom games didn't get that mad. Shadow Curse. Yeah, that's easy. So is Lightning Bolt, though. You like Souls games, even though you're maybe not great, but I enjoy seeing my own progression. Because dying is only my own fault. The thing I don't like about them, though, is I don't find the combat fun. Like, having to learn a boss or an enemy's attack pattern and just dodge perfectly or block perfectly over and over. Try to find the one tiny window you have to deal damage. It's not fun to me at all. I just don't see the appeal in that gameplay. Even if I was good at it, I wouldn't like it. It's boring. I think Souls-likes are mainly for masochists. But that's okay, it's fine for the masochists to have something to play as well. Can't argue that, yeah. I mean, I don't begrudge anyone else for liking them, but it is not for me. ARTS? Action RPG gameplay with RTS elements. I mean, you just have to call it what most people call it in order to avoid confusion. Speaking of confusion, I don't want shadow confusion, it's annoying. Let's go with the annoying fire waves instead. You originally played Elden Ring because chat bullied you, and 2 days in you were hooked. I see. Yeah, I don't think they'll ever be able to bully me into trying a Souls-like, honestly, but maybe something a little bit less masochistic. You stopped saying roguelite because pretty much everyone says roguelike. Oh, but there's a big distinction there. A roguelike is one where you don't have meta progression. A roguelite is one where there is meta progression. Slow fireball, I'll do that. I think in that case it's important to keep the distinction, even if some people are lazy and don't do it. Because they are different. You lean more on brute forcing some of the stuff, but it helps you knowing that if people can beat this game at level 1 and pretty much make it, it's just you that's bad. True. Some people are just built different, though. Do you like space games? Ever played Freelancer? As in the original Freelancer game? Yes, I have played it a long time ago. I do like that type of gameplay, but there's not really that many good games in the genre. There's a fairly recent small indie one that I don't remember the name of that I own. I might replay that once it's gotten a few more updates. I also played EVE Online for a bit, but that's too time consuming. For decades, I've been waiting for a Freelancer but modern game. Yeah, there just doesn't seem to be any good ones. There are some that touch on the same elements, but most of the Freelancer likes are not that good. Star Citizen is supposed to be that? Oof. Hey, Chartreuse Joker, welcome. Yeah, I don't want to buy into the Star Citizen scam. That game is never gonna get finished. And it's gonna be too expensive anyway. Underspace. I've never heard of that, but I'll try to remember to check what it is later at some point. Enemies have armor and skill damage. Your lightning bolts. These are both kind of the same, aren't they? Let's do that one because it gives a bit more. EVE Online was one of those games I wish I could get into but never did. Yeah. I played it for a few years. I was pretty into it at some point, but I got sick of the politics and the way the game is played is very much multiplayer. You have to be in a corporation and actually follow the corporation's command structure. It's very serious. Underspace is an early access game that does want to be the new Freelancer. Oh, it's not Underspace. The one I've played was called something else, and it's not quite like Freelancer, but it's really good fun though. It's more arcadey. The spiritual successor to Freelancer with a Lovecraftian sandbox RPG twist. That actually does sound fun. Yeah, I'll try to look that up after the stream, but I don't think I want to play it in early access, even if it does look good. I'll wait. We'll do that damage resist one. That's fine. EVE Online was my first offline game. Pretty much only played training skills. Oh, I feel that. Yeah. For a lot of the time when I was subbed to EVE, I didn't log in very frequently. Especially at the start, I felt like I needed a bunch of skills to be able to do anything. But later on, as you learn more about the game and join a corporation, you don't really need to worry that much about the skill training. But it's just way too much of a time commitment for me. Kind of like PoE. Path of Exile is a great ARPG, but I don't have time to play it to the extent that you need to in order to get good at it. Like, I feel like I can't even enjoy Path of Exile unless I play it for at least 16 hours a day, which I'm not willing to. Even more gold, I'll take that. Shadow symbol is free. I feel like we're not getting a lot of the permanent buffs this time. Haven't really been offered that many rest of expedition options, which is kind of good, but also a little bit too easy. Whoops, forgot to do next. Massive fireball is fine. I think I definitely will up my Wrath level at this point for the next runs. If you do find a game like Freelancer, let me know. Sure. Are you on the Discord server, by the way? Because if you are, that's a great place to talk about games and suggest games that I could play. Usually when I'm streaming, I have less spare capacity to look things up or go in depth about anything because I'm focusing on the game I'm playing currently. But I will try to remember to check out Under Space if I remember the title. Enemies. Increased damage, no thanks. Burn. That's fine. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I would never blame anyone for recommending a game anyway. I do independently check out every suggestion and make my own decision. I check reviews and maybe some gameplay footage as well before making a decision on a game. Explode. Sure. I'd really like some more siege leaders though, because they're the only ones that give runes, I think. We're mainly here for the runes. Rain of Arrows leveled up again. Nice. One per round? Are you sure, Gatton? Is there really only one per round? Are you gonna leave if you get the runes you need? In essence, doing a rune escape? I see what you did there. Maybe every 50 waves? I think it's a random chance, though. I've definitely had multiple siege leaders, I think. Definitely, I think. You were doing shorter runs just for the runes. From what you read, it's just one per run. Maybe I'm just mistaken then. I could have misremembered. I've been mistaken about a lot of things while learning this game initially. Like in my first 2 days playing this game, I completely missed a bunch of stuff. And somehow I thought I had 100% crit chance when I did not. I think I didn't see the comma in the crit chance at some point. A mosquito bit your elbow, and now the elbow feels really hot. That's really unfortunate. I hope you murdered the mosquito. Molten lava, sure. Yeah. Didn't catch it? Oh no. That's the worst. Man, this one's been really easy. Like, I've gotten really easy rolls for it this entire Forge run. I did pick the ice option here now, though. I might get slowed. Where is the... Oh, there it is. There's the bubble. Enemies not receiving damage. More ice things. Ice bomb. We'll do this one because it's only 3 waves, and they have no health anyway. I definitely need to up my breath level. Oh, I got hit by the thing. And we're still fine, though. I can just ignore the shields, honestly. More enemies. Or we could do this to get some more of this Fulgurorn spirit. I'm pretty sure I need this for something. One of my runes, perhaps. Yeah, let's do that. Enemies have damage or time resists, sure. Ever played The Division? I've not. I actually considered getting into that recently, but I didn't really pull the trigger because I have so many other games that I enjoy right now. Shame it's a Ubisoft game. Yeah, that's the other thing. I really don't want to give Ubisoft any money if I can avoid it. 3 additional elites with my Reaper affinity type. It had huge potential just to get Ubisofted, yeah. Another series that got killed by Ubisoft pretty much is The Settlers. Such good games. The original Settlers 2 especially was great. Oh, I won. Okay. That's a lot of Goldus. You were an Anno kid, but my friend played Settlers. Yeah, the Anno games are also decent, but I think they're a bit too... like, you have to build in a certain optimal pattern in Anno to make a good town. In Settlers, you can build more sporadically and just make a nice looking place. Build the way you want. You don't have to build optimally. Not a huge fan of the levels of optimization you need to do in Anno in terms of building patterns. You basically have to look up spreadsheets with the optimal building patterns for any kind of production chain. Or images. Alright, let's open this. That's a lot of stuff. Did I get any of the base types I need? Well, I already have an amulet one. Thorns damage. We got some pauldrons with elemental resist as a pure stat. I guess we could craft from that. I would prefer a different stat as a pure one, but this one's fine too. These bracers that I currently have are not that good, actually. Most of these epics don't have pure stats. Maybe I should actually just start filtering for pure stat only. Pure stat that is also highlighted, I mean. Instead of showing everything that has a highlighted stat. We'll do the same type of filtering for every tier of item. Except for legendary, which I want to collect for the completion. So that one is useful. I keep getting elemental resist as a pure stat. Yeah, I think the top row here will just be scrapped, but these ones are okay crafting bases. I would prefer a pure stat for the amulet as well, but I haven't found one. So we need 6 more Reaper runes, and if Gadden is right in that we can only get 1 per run, we have to do 6 more runs in the Forge. But maybe I could just end after I get the first siege... thingy. Hey, the Sovs. Yeah, only 1 for run. Okay. I'll just do some quick runs then for the runes, and then we can do longer runs later. +2, yeah, we'll do some cheap reinforcement here. That one I want to replace anyway. This one we definitely reinforce. This one I also want to replace. Definitely reinforce this ring. +5 on this, +3 on this. Okay, that gets a reinforcement. I could change the life regen on this, because I don't think it's doing anything. Think you're missing something in the slot next to your rings? Yeah, I didn't find any ultimatums that I liked, so I have not equipped them. Like, I don't really see the point. Maybe the experience gain one, because I don't currently want to focus on experience gain on any of my gear anyway. How much experience gain do I have? You can easily unequip stuff by mistake. Yeah, I did that to my activation rune earlier. So yeah, I can see that happening, definitely. But in this case, it was intentional, because the ultimatum runes, or the ultimatums do prevent me from gaining more of the stat. Gadden made a good point though about movement speed. Maybe if we just upgrade the ultimatum to have movement speed, we don't need it on gear anymore. But I've already invested so heavily on movement speed on gear. And I don't know how much I can actually get. Where's my experience gain on this menu? Let's see. There, I have 0%. So, I guess this is definitely better than not having one. I'll just do that. This is +5. I can still increase that a bit. This one I probably want to replace at some point. Don't want to reinforce it yet. This one has a pure stat that I'm not using. Yeah, I'll replace this at some point, probably. Not a priority though. I can do one more reinforce and then leave it. This... We were planning to replace that as well. Okay. No more crafting for now. The joy in this game, I just increased my elder pool from like 1.1k to almost 7k, which is awesome, but now it takes so much longer to fill up. Yeah. You can also convert the normal Slorm into Elder Slorm by talking to the guy. Yeah, just kill mobs 7 times faster, surely. I don't want to do the salvage all here, because I'm currently keeping those 2 for crafting later. I did that before I realized I could get damage from that. Oh, that's another good point. We can invest more in things we're not using to get some extra Reaper damage, or raw damage rather. What was I planning to do? I think shorter forge runs at higher wrath. We'll just increase it by 1 for now and see how that feels. Oh, I see. At higher wrath, you're able to do 6 different locations. Let's do that. Love that. Crit evasion, sure. Movement speed. Heavy damage, that's fine. Is that the highest you can get? Is 6 the most possible, or does it go even higher? Sure, additional projectiles is fine. Slippery ice for 5 waves. That's too long. Let's do 3 waves of large fire waves. Oh, I can finish my helmet craft now, right? Yeah, I've got enough money for that, probably. Tenacity, I'll take that. Crit evasion. Blindness. Blindness is free. Crit evasion again. Sure. I wonder if we can just ignore this entire flame on the ground thing when they die. Doesn't seem to be doing much. It just looks really scary. Oh, now it's gone anyway. I don't want this. This one is scary, genuinely. Because there's so many enemies and they can just stack this really highly. Let's do, Life Leech. Enemies explode. Sure. Siege leader. Yes. More siege leader. Calls upon allies. Yeah, now that you mention it, I never saw any more siege leader modifiers after I killed the first one in any of my previous runs. Well, that makes a lot of sense, actually, that you can't get them again. Where does all my shield come from? That is this thing. Primordial Bow of the Rising Sun. It gives a lot of extra shield globe value, and it puts a lower limit on how low it can degen. And combined with a light build on the Ancestral Legacy tree with these two nodes, Light Imbue and another Light Imbue, these two. There's probably more synergy to be had with other mechanics, but I haven't... And maybe some uniques as well, but I haven't really found them. Yeah, the bow itself is really strong. Even before it turned primordial, it would give me a lot of extra shield. But now that it's primordial, it puts my life at 1, so I'm basically only using shield. Because it lets me use life leech and life on hit to fill my shield. Seems like a really strong way to get a lot of defenses almost for free. Light totem. It also gives me light resist so that the enemies dealing light damage doesn't really hurt me. Like this light totem is nothing. Another siege leader, 2 elite enemies. Yeah, let's do that one instead. Surely he's gonna spawn soon. Another one. New attack patterns? Sure. We leveled up. There doesn't even seem to be a cap to how much shield you can get, actually, as long as you're just continuously hitting enemies and leeching and life on hitting. I've been above 100k. But it probably degens faster the higher you go, if I had to guess. The degen is probably a percentage of the shield. Still no siege leader. How is the Seal of Blindness an epic challenge? That one's super easy. War chest quantity. Quality. You'll do that. Or maybe this. No, this is so free, I have to take it. Increased recast chance, sure. I guess recast is literally just what it sounds like. The chance to cast the same spell twice. Which is interesting. Every 2 seconds, a shadow symbol. Oh, it's just a shadow symbol, but for the rest of the expedition. You can add Slorm for every spirit. Armor and skill damage for the rest. I definitely don't want this. The Shadow Confusion debuff is terrible. You know, it's gonna be one of these two. What is this reward? The total is increased to your current quality, but I don't have quality. I guess we do the shadow symbol. It's pretty trivial. Doesn't seem to hurt me that much when I step on them. Another light totem is fine. I honestly might raise my Wrath level 1 more level for the next run. Ooh. As much as I want the Siege Leader to spawn, I also want these spirits, so let's do that. More Siege Leader. Although, extra projectile sounds kind of scary. I'll take it anyway. Speaking of extra projectile, I've been neglecting my activation of that rune. Maybe I should just make it automatic again. Chosen of Shadows is annoying, but it is the best reward here. And it is temporary. I can make them deal light damage or lightning bolt upon dying. I'll do that. Oh, there's the leader. So we're just gonna quit after this wave then, so we can get more runes. You trigger an Alpha and Omega, 2 black holes constantly rotating around you. What is this? Activation. After you've received damage before mitigation. The sum of your max life and shield? Oh, rip. My shield is going to be super high, so this is going to make it trigger very infrequently. Because my shield is artificially inflated beyond the point of the actual damage I take. Whenever you should trigger your effect rune, you instead trigger another random effect rune. That just doesn't sound very good at all. You also have a chance to trigger your equipped effect rune. That's very chaotic, but I'm gonna go with this for now. I'm probably not gonna use it. Let's just end the run there. Do I need new gloves? Elemental resist yet again. I just crafted these gloves not too long ago, so I don't need these. What I do need is to finish my helmet and also to spend some resources over here. So that's the one I need to upgrade. Yeah, let's upgrade the activation. Oh, it's really expensive. I might actually... I'm hoping to get another enhancement rune and just not use this. I might just turn that off, actually. Just unequip it on purpose. Because I don't want to have to hit the button, I just want it to trigger whenever. We'll upgrade the projectile thing. Although, I might try the raw damage instead. I do have a lot more of this spirit. So I could upgrade this a bit. And then more Hagen Affinity. See, that's where you reduce the primordial cap. We now have 8.2%. Wait. It's not a percentage, it's just 8.2 levels, I guess. Reduced primordial cap. Yeah, I'm gonna unequip this. Just make it automatic. There we go. Now we'll just randomly get extra projectiles whenever this triggers. Sometimes it might be at an inopportune time, but that's okay. It doesn't hurt. Salvage this. And finish crafting this thing. I'm gonna add epic stats to it. I can only afford to do this twice, but I only need to do it once. Damage over time, mana regen. We don't want either of those. And this is much cheaper than adding stats. Reforging is much cheaper. That's good. Armor pen, elite damage reduction, totem increased effect. Our options here that we care about are... Fork chance is good. Armor pen is also good. I think I'll just lock the armor pen. It's a good enough roll that I don't care to re-roll it. And then reforge to get some other ones for the other two slots. Evasion, melee damage reduction, nope. Fire assist, fork chance. Yeah, definitely lock the fork chance, because that one actually hit the max roll. And now we add another one to the last slot. I think this is kind of expensive in terms of epic Slormarine, so I'm not gonna try to get a specific one, but anything that's kind of useful I'll keep, I think. Oof, expensive. Ace resist, inner fire, life regen, shadow resist, tenacity, max mana regen. See, what I want is life on hits, or life on hits, or armor. What else? Or mana on hits. Yeah, I don't think there's much else I want on this one. Elemental damage is not really that useful because I'm focusing on raw damage and armor pen. Area increased size is not bad, but I think I will go for something else. Armor. Yeah, I'll keep armor. I feel like I've been slacking on my defensive stats a bit, so it's good to get that. I don't really have enough money to fully craft another item right now, I think. So we'll hold off on these ones for now. We'll do another, what's it called? Reinforcement round? Route? No, not route. I'm getting pretty fried at this point. Let's see. +1, that's cheap to do. That one's also pretty low, so that's cheap. The new helmet can be upgraded as well. These bracers, I think my intention there was to replace them anyway, so we'll hold off on that. And same thing with this belt. That will be replaced soon. Yeah, I think that's all the reinforcements I do right now. Oh, Filtratron is set to gold. I'll keep it on gold for now. I still need a lot more gold. Let's do another forge run just to the siege leader again. I'll try on Wrath 5. If it's too hard, I'll go back down. It actually doubles the max life multiplier going from 4 to 5. That's a lot. Shield equal to max life? Sure. Move speed, attack speed. Shadow symbol. I just reached 134k shield there. It's like I said earlier, the more enemies... The more health the enemies have, the more shield I get, because I get to hit them more often. Before they die. I get more benefit from my forking and AoE. Range and speed, sure. Siege leader chance, let's go. increased area size, or we could do more siege leader stuff, and it's also the Hagen. Yeah. Yeah, the doubling of their health multiplier is definitely very noticeable. They are quite a bit tankier now. Ice bomb. No, let's not risk it. More projectiles is fine. Oops, I forgot to hit the new wave. Shadow symbol, easy. Lightning bolt upon dying is fine. More speed. Mana, life regen, fine. I think I need more coffee after this siege leader whenever he appears. Blindness is free. These are all duration rest of expedition. Shadow clone upon dying that casts one attack before vanishing. Don't think I've seen that one before. Crit evasion, ice ray. I definitely do not want the ice ray permanently. That's annoying as hell. One attack doesn't sound that bad, actually. We'll try it. Oh, it is gonna make the arena look very messy, though. That's annoying. Shadow clones everywhere with their one attack. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have picked that one. Lightning bolts. But hopefully we get the siege leader soon and can then leave. Tenacity is free. I wonder if the melee enemy shadow clones just keep existing until they get close enough to make an attack. Recast chance, light totem. We'll do light totem. There's so many shadow clones. The Obelisk of Illusion. Nah, let's not. 4 waves of enemies having double health. Or 5 waves of them having extreme speeds. What is plus 20%? Watches quality. The overall quality of equipment, Slormite, Slormalines, and Fragments. I'm gonna go with gold. Because I don't mind them being super fast. And I do want more gold. Decreased damage. Yeah, sure. I would like a siege leader now, please. Hey Ethereal, this game looks interesting, but I heard it's mind-numbingly easy. That depends on your definition of easy, I guess. You can adjust the difficulty quite a bit by choosing the wrath level, and... I mean... Yeah, it depends on what you're looking for. I really like that I can go into this with no prior knowledge of the game and make a functional build. The crafting is really fun as well. But I wouldn't say that it's... I wouldn't say that it's very challenging. Or hard. Because you can basically choose your own difficulty and just grind to get more powerful. Thinking if there's content you can't clear or progress through unless you know what you're doing sometimes. There's definitely one boss that I couldn't kill yet. Maybe I could now though, after my upgrades, but there are some bosses that are progression walls. Temporarily at least. But the game is all about the grind. And the fun builds. The part that's a bit lacking, if I had to point out a flaw, which is not a big flaw to be honest, because it can be easily amended later by them adding more content. But I think the biggest flaw currently is that there's not that much enemy variety, and there's only like a handful of biomes, like dungeon layouts. But that's the kind of thing that they could easily expand upon if they keep developing this. The game's core mechanics are incredibly well done. And there's a lot of variety when it comes to how you build your character. You can do a lot of different builds. It's just that there's not a ton of variety in terms of which enemies you're fighting and which areas you're fighting in. That being said, I'm not at the end game yet. I'm kind of in the... I'm towards the end of the mid-game wall, currently. I'm trying to collect the last runes and then fight Adam Nostros to get to the last part. Light Totem will do that. I might be able to do Adam Nostros right now, though, if I try. But I think I'll save him for after I get my runes anyway. There's a few more gear upgrades I want as well. 3 waves of molten lava is fine. Have you played No Rest for the Wicked? I've not, no. I've seen a little bit of gameplay from it. It did not look like my cup of tea, though. I don't like the masochist dodge mechanic stuff. I don't like Souls-likes, for instance. Just not for me. I have played a lot of Path of Exile in the past, though. A long time ago. As well as Diablo 2 and Last Epoch. Hey Smokey McPot, welcome. Is there a hardcore mode? I don't know. I haven't seen one. I haven't seen an option to start hardcore, but I might have missed it. But you could always just manually start over if you die. It's a single player game only, and there's no leaderboards, so you're basically just doing your own thing anyway. So if you want to enforce a hardcore playset or rule set for yourself, you're perfectly fine to do so manually. Just delete your save if you die. Another siege leader thing. Max life, we'll do that. I wish he'd spawn though. We'll do slippery ice again. More of this, maybe? Yeah. Oh, was that the siege leader? No, I think it's a normal elite somewhere. I don't see any leaders. Light beams, we'll take that. Honestly, my recommendation with this game is to just buy it and try it, because it's much cheaper than most other ARPGs, and it's easily up there with Path of Exile and Last Epoch in terms of build diversity, at least. And complexity. And it's a lot of fun. It has some really great features that other ARPGs don't have. Like the Filtrotron. The item filtering in this is excellent. And so's the crafting. Elements like Rebound, Inner Fire, Fork, and other secondary skill modifiers add an entire new layer to some of the skills, creating even more build variety. It's really good. Yeah, I still haven't messed around with Inner Fire at all. But I was thinking if I ever level the Knight, I want to do Inner Fire on him, maybe. Also, hey Sunlink. Gain ultimate momentum. Oh, yeah, for the ultimatum. You summon a skeleton squire. Oh, there's another summon in here in the effect runes. The skeleton squire attacks enemies within melee range. Skill damage to enemies hits. And has max life equal to 100% or your max mana. Huh. It triggers a lot. When it triggers a lot, it's just mindless fun. Nice. Whenever you should trigger your effect rune, you instead trigger another one. Oh, that's the same one that I saw earlier. See, what I actually want is the enhancement. Wait, that's an enhancement. Oh, that's an enhancement. Okay. I want that. That's cool. I thought it was, for some reason I thought this was in itself an effect rune, but it's an enhancement. It makes a lot more sense then. Whenever an inner fire deals critical damage, it grows up to 10 times. Ooh. I'm from the southern part of Norway, Ethereal. Don't want to get too specific. Don't want new boots anytime soon. I'm pretty happy with mine. What is inner fire? Good question. According to this tooltip, it is a chance to trigger an inner fire effect whenever you hit an enemy with a melee skill. Your resolution is so strong that it takes physical form, rotating around you for the next 7 seconds, dealing raw damage to enemies' hits. So basically you do a melee attack and then you get inner fire rotating around you and dealing damage to enemies around you. Hey Panheimer, I did live in Stavanger for a long time, yeah. But I'm not from there. But chat, I like to keep chat in English though, so please don't speak Norwegian in chat, even if you know it. Because then all the other people won't be able to understand. This goes down there. These will disenchant at some point. I think I'm going to take a really quick break and just get some more coffee right now. I'll be back in less than a minute. BRB. And we're back. Let's do more Great Forge. Or we could upgrade the new effect rune, actually. Or enhancement rune. Let's do that. This one. can I afford to upgrade these other ones as well? One more for that. You're running Void Arrow for a Zoom build? I see. I'm running Rain of Arrows. I did briefly use Void Arrow and Explosive Arrow at some point. Tried them both out, but I'm really liking the single target of Rain of Arrows when it pulls them in. It's really fun. Keep forgetting to check the gold cost on stuff. Just accidentally spent like 250k on upgrade. Yeah. The add stat, like add epic stats, especially, is kind of costly. Yeah, I want to keep the mana activation. Let's upgrade it a little bit. I'm not nearly as far yet, but I've been just upgrading the arrow shot and using nothing else. It clears everything so far. Hey, Walking Junk. Yeah, I think on this class you're probably meant to be using arrow shot a lot. For a lot of builds, because it's really strong. But there's definitely other synergies you can do with other skills and combinations of Reapers and Ancestral Legacy points. As you get deeper into the game, you have more options in terms of how to build your character more specifically towards a... or build around a certain mechanic, like I've changed to light. And I just get a ton of shield instead of having life. Oh, I wanted to upgrade this one more level as well. And then let's go farm some more runes. I think we stay at 5 Wrath. It was fine. They are a bit more tanky then, but it's okay. I also love that how you're not restricted to the class you choose and have to start all over. You can just switch to another class in town. Yeah, that's really a really fun mechanic. That you could literally just swap to the other character, and then it is still... It doesn't level alongside your main, but you can just progress that character on the side if you want. And you get all the ancestral stones for that character as well, which is nice if you've progressed through the story for them. I haven't seen anyone main the other characters yet. I saw some people playing the mage. I think my first experience seeing this game was on the mage. I watched a video where they were playing the mage. Alright, let's do another 6-wave. We're running out of Elder Slorm though, so it's going to be the last one for now. Seen the knight a lot, spin to win build? Yeah, that's what I want to do as well. Spin to win with Inner Fire maybe. If I go knight at some point. But I'm just scratching the surface so far. How many hours do I have in this game? Let's check. 30 hours. I'm just getting started. You got 9.6 hours. How are you liking it so far? Call allies, yes please. Enemies explode. Sure. Oh, I just triggered a random effect instead of my equipped one, and we got those spinning orbs around us. Cool. 21.3 hours here. Nice. I'm guessing you also started when it came out of early access then and didn't play it before then. Light totem. I probably would have played it in early access had I known about it, but I was not even aware of the game's existence. It's a little boring because of what you mentioned. Should probably change the build. Aw. Well, the early stages were less interesting, but still fun enough to keep me playing at least. It got a lot more interesting as I unlocked more mechanics and had the ability to customize my playstyle a bit more. As well as learning about the way the crafting works was a lot of fun. Resistance to damage over time. The game is really grindy, but you do get a lot of fun rewards while grinding, is the thing. I think it's grindy in the right ways. Max life for the siege. That's fine. And I'm really starting to enjoy this Great Forge mechanic as well, where you just get a ton of enemies and pick random challenges. Although this could also do with just having even more different types of challenges added, or more enemy types. Because it doesn't take long for you to see every single enemy type in the game. Seals of blindness, so free. More max life, sure. Oh, there's the leader. Nice. That was a quick run. Only 15 waves. Unfortunately, we have made him super tanky. There we go. What is this? Movement speed. Ooh. Cooldown of skills is reduced by 1% every time you walk. Oh. I might want to switch over to this. instead of the extra projectiles. Movement speed is so much fun. And we could put it on manual activation and get a movement speed potion, basically. Potion with extra steps. What is this? After you've cast 8 support skills, you trigger your effect rune. Well, I currently don't have any. And this one, after you've killed so many enemies, you trigger the effect rune. I think I'd rather have it tied to mana cost. But I will unlock this for now. I didn't get a single item drop from that didn't get filtered. Okay. Right, I think I'm out of Elder Slorm. Or at least I wouldn't have enough to do like a full 6-wave thing. Or 6-door thing in the forge. This movement speed one needs that type. Oh, that's the same that I use from my Reaper. Still, I think it's worth doing. We'll try equipping that, and then instead of this, we'll use the manual activation one. And that makes this our sprint button. I guess we'll do a couple of temple runs, or maybe just one. I think we can only afford one. And then we'll start farming Elder Slorm. Read the grey text on the effect rune. Looks like it won't work with the bow. Might be wrong. The effect rune. No, the effect rune has nothing to do with melee. What do you mean, the at all? I think it should be fine with the bow. I get movement speed when it's active, and it reduces cooldown when I walk. Also, welcome in. I feel like it's harder to collect gold than it is to, not enough life? What? Why did it say not enough life? Why did my casting turn into having a life cost? Oh. Thought it said the family of Reapers. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, it does have a family of Reapers, which actually matches the Reaper I'm currently using, but I don't think that's relevant. I think that just determines what the resource cost is for upgrading it. It'll be the same as the resource for upgrading this bow. Alright, we actually have quite a bit. If you use the lightning bow, it would not work, since the name is the same. What, really? Rune of Kavera, the Crackling Thunder. If I have a bow called Crackling Thunder, it won't work? Is that what you mean? I don't know if I have that one. Don't know what it looks like, but I'm guessing a yellow color. Hmm. And blue. Okay. Close to my current one. Oh, winter. I don't think I have it if it's close to my current one in blue, because I've checked all the ones on this page. But it basically has the exact same effect of the rune, I'm guessing. With the movement speed effect and stuff. 309. Let's do another pure stat chance. Or pure stat max score, rather. I'm actually not completely sold on this movement speed buff, though. It seems pretty weak. It's only an extra 6%, and while the cooldown is fine, because Rain of Arrows does have a cooldown, I don't think I'll be able to take advantage of it. The grey text. Oh, the effects of an effect rune are triggered when the condition of the associated activation rune is met. An effect rune will not trigger if you're using a Slorm Reaper with the same name. Okay. I just completely missed that. I didn't see it. So, Alpha and Omega, Ferocious Affinity, Sharpshooter, Magnificent Leviathan, Crackling Thunder. I might have one of those. I think I might have Alpha and Omega somewhere. There it is. So I couldn't use that, for instance, with the Alpha and Omega rune. And that's the black hole effect that I ended up getting from that one rune. Okay. I think what I'll do right now, though, is go back to the projectile one. And this random effect one. I don't want to trigger it manually. Might be reinforcement time as well. Yeah, that one's ready. This one should be ready. That one we're trying to replace. This one definitely needs reinforcement. That one we're also trying to replace. This one probably also... It has some decent stats. Maybe I'll craft it more. I'll probably replace it later instead. This one reinforce. Got double reinforcement, nice. Alright, we're still looking for bracers, amulet, and possibly chest and belt to be replaced. And I'll also just replace whatever other item if I get a really good pure stat as a base. Battlefield on Wrath 5, perhaps? Sure. Let's see how this feels. Oh, I got a fire buff. What is that? Legion, the first bow of Unity. A vigilant blade patrolling around you that automatically targets and strikes random enemies. Ooh. That sounds like a nice lazy build where I just auto-attack. I think once I beat the end game in this game, I will definitely experiment a lot more with different builds. Because it's so easy to just respec your character. And you can even save the builds in the wardrobe, which is awesome. Can you also save them if you have to redistribute Slorm? I don't know exactly how that works. I have not tested that. I haven't even tested the wardrobe in general yet. But honestly, you can just farm as much Slorm as you need to just keep the investment in even the skills you're not using currently. Because it still adds flat damage. That is actually one of the ways to boost your damage. Just invest in skills you're not using. Wrath 5 definitely seems like it's a piece of cake right now. I can't really tell how tanky I am with the shield. I'm not noticing any big dips in my shield when I take hits, but it's really hard to tell with this much going on. I'd love to see a way to boost my pickup radius, actually. Especially for gold. That would have been nice. I don't know if that's a thing. Yes, please, yeah. There's bracers for that? Oh, okay, so it's a legendary effect. I see. Just got a new Slorm Reaper. Ancestral Legacy. Elemental damage, power crystal. Reaper damage is added to elemental instead of skill. Ooh, okay. Power crystals are rotating around you, firing piercing crystal shards. Cool. That's another potential build enabler. But I'm not gonna experiment with that right now. New achievement for Filtrotron. Convert 10,000 items. Nice. That was the final one, actually. So yeah, I feel like I'm missing a lot of gold because it's harder to see on the ground than the Slorm things are. They don't get... The gold doesn't have like an item label. And it's just kind of a small thing on the ground. So I'm probably leaving a lot of it behind. Due to the low pickup radius. I feel like these exploding corpses might be a lot more dangerous on higher wrath. Because I believe it scales with monster health. Monster life. Speaking of which, I wonder if there's a build in this where I can scale monster life to deal damage as well. Like Corpse Explosion or Detonate Dead from Diablo 2 or PoE. My guess would be probably yes, but I don't know. Nice, we got 4 orbs this time. Detonate Dead, an ARPG staple, never lets one down, yeah. One of my favorite builds, and actually my 2 favorite builds in Diablo 2 were 2 different Detonate Dead mechanics. One was the Assassin build that has traps that detonate the corpses, and then the other was the Slormancer that used Corpse Explosion to deal the most damage. Yeah, the D2 sound effect for detonating corpses was amazing. So satisfying. There were periods in Path of Exile's history where Detonate Dead was extremely overpowered and super fun to use as well. I don't know what kind of state it is in right now, because I haven't played PoE in a while, but some of the leagues it was just incredible. They nerfed it a bunch multiple times, but it's still good, yeah. The game's been in the same state for like a year. Oof. Hey, Najazu. It's still viable, but it's mostly a hardcore thing. Aw. But yeah, this game has made me return to my ARPG roots. I really enjoy it. It definitely takes a while to get to fill that entire Elder Slorm meter at this point. That guy was tanky. Evolving Wizards, what's that? Oh. Just some flat bonuses to them, that's fine. Some LE resist and LE damage. Whoa! Why did I get that many drops there? What's that? I got like a loot explosion from that. Didn't even see anything special there. Nice, my tumble has leveled up. I don't actually know what leveling up tumble does, now that I've already got all the passives for it. Maybe it affects the cooldown, or the mana cost, or the assassin haste buff. Because I don't believe Tumble does any damage on its own, unless you spec for it to do special things. Hi, Joe and Gamer. Welcome. Bow of Supports. What are you? If applicable, your support skill gains the following support effects. Increased damage, increased radius, increased duration. Wait, this is the support skill, of course. I had it wrong. I thought these were support, but those are ancestral or aura. Okay. Never heard about this game. It is really good if you like ARPGs. Whenever you cast your support skill, you also cast a support eruption, dealing skill damage to enemies within a radius. You also gain a support streak stack. Oh. It's very complicated, but I'm currently not in the market for a change of Slorm Reapers because I'm really enjoying my current one. You discovered yesterday that you can slow time with some snipers? Ooh. Yeah. That has been a thing. It is definitely very useful for those long shots. You never knew that? We now know. And has a tattoo, yeah. Wow, this room is just empty. I thought this would be a chaos breach, but nope. Just an empty room with a tiny breach. Legendary effect is whenever you become tormented or delighted, the cooldown timer of your support skill is reset. Oh, I see. Yeah, I haven't really messed around much with the torment and delight mechanic. I kind of prefer to just not care about it. Because I want to have the freedom to cast as many of the same skill as I want, or as many of the different skills as I want. I don't want to have to play into a specific pattern of play. If that makes sense. The game is already cheap and it's on sale right now. It's decided then. Slorming after work. Nice. Yeah, I wholeheartedly recommend this game to virtually anyone. It's so good, and it's so cheap. You're not really losing a lot of money if you end up not liking it. If you have any interest in action RPGs like Diablo, Path of Exile, Last Epoch, you definitely need to try this one as well. Man, we're not even halfway through the Elder Slorm. It does take a while. Although, I might just convert my normal Slorm. On the other hand, I do really like spending it on damage points as well. There's another big loot explosion there. I wonder if it's an effect rune that is randomly triggering from me having the random one. Maybe. Bow of detonating force? Wait, is this the corpse explosion build that I've requested? What is this? Where is it? I feel like it should highlight the one you just unlocked. Whenever you deal damage over time to an enemy, you apply a time weakness stack. Each stack of time weakness increases damage over time. Detonation. You deal all the damage over time left on each enemy within a 5.17 yard radius. Okay, so it's not quite corpse explosion. It is converting damage over time into instantaneous damage. That is interesting, but definitely not what I'm going for right now. What is that? Catalyst of detonation. Whenever you cast a projectile skill with your primary or secondary skill, you have a 21% chance to create an explosion, dealing damage to enemies within a 3.10 radius. This chance is equal to your chance to pierce. Projectiles can no longer pierce. Aw. That's a cool effect. Might be worth checking out at some point. Like, I still have a lot to do with my gear. I could still focus it more on, like, pierce and fork, maybe, or fork and rebound. And maybe some other stats. Big Fury Bow. What's that? Raw damage. Your skill damage are lucky. That's my secret, Captain. I'm always angry. Just a bunch of raw damage. I see. Trying to loot all the gold is starting to get on my nerves a bit. I think we're gonna switch the Filtratron back to fragments. Because they are easier to see and thus easier to pick up. Hopefully I can farm gold with some specific gold farming methods at some point. Before I do another bout of really advanced crafting. I also wonder if the items will just keep scaling until the max level here. Like the item level, is that just gonna keep going all the way to 100? And with the stat increase that goes with it? Yes, it is? Okay. So basically everything I craft right now is kind of temporary. For my endgame build, I want all level 100 items. You can update the item level at the forge. Yeah, I did see that, but it's really expensive. So I'm probably better off just replacing a lot of the items. Unless I get something really good with a good legendary effect as well. I wonder what the influence is for. Other than the early game progression thing where you needed to get a certain level of influence, I don't really know what the influence effect does. End game progression? Is there more influence grind, and is there more of an influence grind in the final tier of progression, like the third one? A multiplier for endgame gear. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I guess I haven't seen that mechanic yet, or maybe I just missed it and didn't read Part 3 and 4, okay. Well, I'm gonna have to grind a lot of influence in the other zones, because I keep doing this one, because it's so comfy to grind. The layouts are comfier in this area. I had trouble finding the doorways in pretty much all the other area types, other than this. I guess the Mage Academy wasn't that bad, but this one's a little bit more comfy. Alright, we're about 2/3 of the way for Elder Slorm. Oh, what is that? Bow the Goldfish. Literal fish friends on the bow. Nice. Splash, splash. Oh, it's a Magikarp. This is literally a Magikarp. It has an ability that does nothing. And then it evolves into something else, I bet. That's cool. I wonder if does my experience go anywhere if I'm using a primordial and max level bow? I already have Slorm Reaper Mastery maxed out as well. Maybe that XP is just wasted then. That's Slorm Reaper XP. So trying out a bunch of different builds would technically be more optimal for progression. But it would also take a lot more effort on my part. Yeah, I'm still getting my own level, that's fine. But all the XP that could have gone towards Slorm Reapers is just going nowhere right now. On the other hand, if I respec and change Slorm Reapers every time they max out, my builds will be a lot weaker. Because I'd have to find good builds for every setup. And some of them would require gear adjustment as well. And a lot of time. Leveling Reapers is quick in the Forge at higher Wrath. Okay. That's good. Multiple primordials per run. Nice. I hope they never nerf the things that are overpowered in this game. That's a trap that a lot of ARPGs fall into, is that they try to make things balanced, or too balanced, and then they just nerf all the fun out of the game. I like when things can be allowed to be OP. Especially for this style of game that's more casual. There's no competitive element in this at all, which is nice. Hey Roselle, fun and games? Indeed. No fun allowed. How are we doing on Elder Slorm right now? I guess I'll see when I kill the next enemy that drops it. About 3/4 there, that's fine. I'll just keep going on this battlefield until max Elder Slorm. And then go to Forge, maybe. I should invest some of my normal Slorm right now to get some more raw damage. This ability can get some as well. Wow, those are all 1-pointers. There we go. That should give me a nice little damage boost. I just realized another thing about this Slorm Reaper that's kind of good. It means since I have 1 life anyway, I actually don't need any life stats on my gear other than life on hits or life leech. So that leaves some slots open for other defensive stats or even offensive stats. What are you? Slormandrite's Bow of the Shaman. Summon Prime Totem. Ooh, hello. Totem build. There's also this fun note in the tree making it so that as long as you have shield, it cannot touch your HP. Cannot touch your HP. What does that mean? Damage, that is? Isn't that already the case with shield? I was not aware that damage could get past my shields. Oh, like overkill. If they overkill my shields, it won't deal that 1 point of damage. I see what you mean. Okay. The Prime Totem casts 7 arrow shot in a circle around it. And once when it ends. Huh. We could literally do a totem build on this. Oh, the beautiful rocks? What is that? Find 10,000 Slormites, Slormalines, or Slormandrites. Okay. I cleared this one in a bit of a silly pattern. Left some stuff behind. Okay, we're getting really close to maxing the Elder Slorm, though. Not many floors left now, before I can actually go do stuff. I really enjoy that I can tumble across these obstacles like the tables here. That's very helpful. Robe of Necromancy. Ooh. More minion stuff. You have minion increased damage equal to 12% for each equipped effect of Necromancy. Summon Dreadful Colossus. That's like a golem ability. Nice. Very cool. It attacks enemies within melee range. We'll probably get to like floor 30 and then have enough. If not sooner. Oh, just one more. There we go. We're maxed. I'm gonna finish this floor and then go home. Oh, that's actually a lot of gold as a reward for beating all those floors. So even though I had the Filtratron set to fragments, it was fine. We got a lot of gold out of it. That one's nice. Mana on hit as a perfect, or what's it called? Pure stat. I might craft on this. Armor. All damage reduction. I don't need a new helmet though. Don't need gloves. Boots I can hold off on for a bit. This one has all damage reduction and thorns. I don't care about the thorns. I might craft this belt. We'll see. Not yet, though. Let's just give Adam Nostris a try. It's been a while since we attempted him. He might have a lot less health now. Or I might have a lot more damage, rather. To be able to get through his health pool. Yeah, we're definitely doing a lot more damage now. This fight is not going to last forever this time. I do need to be careful with the one-shot abilities, though. Or rather, the high-damage abilities. They're no longer going to be one-shots, because I have a lot more shield. But still, they do significant damage if I'm not careful. Ah, don't walk through it. I just followed the laser beam along to make it deal maximum damage. Nice. And just walking through it like an idiot, but it seems we're okay on the damage front here. My shield is holding even when I'm misplaying. He is still really tanky, though. I feel like my damage is a bit lackluster. If I mess this up too badly and get one shot, I will probably not attempt him again immediately. Because it's so boring to keep doing this long slog of a fight. But hopefully we get it first try this time. Ooh, I took a lot of damage there. But we're okay. Can recover this shield over here. These puddles are getting worrisome. I keep tanking hits from them. Can't really avoid everything now. Yeah, we might just not have the damage required to kill him before the puddles overwhelm us. We'll see. I'm dangerously low on shields currently. Alright, a little bit better now. Not so good anymore. Yikes. Okay, the beams are gone. More damage. Nice. Let's not die after he's dead. GG. That was kind of rough, but we got him. You did great. Of course, I held back as not to hurt you. Why don't we just send this guy to kill the Slormancer? He seems strong enough. And I see that hitting an old man doesn't bother you at all. You got that right. Congratulations, you've defeated an old man with arthritis. But you have 2 hats, though. That makes you extremely powerful. Total damage dealt, 278 million. That includes the additional monsters, though. Did you know the champions of Vara always die in a ridiculous way? It's kind of a curse. Do you want to hear one of their stories? Here's a rather recent story. Brian McRipt, the last champion of Vara to date, was poisoned during his daily workout. The poison was found in a protein drink with a highly suspicious recipe. The unfortunate didn't even finish his workout. That is true, I was there. Thank you for the story. Whenever you hit an enemy with an electric arc, it triggers a frostbolt in a random direction. Oh. I'll put that in my stash. This raw damage pure stat is fine, but I'm not crafting boots anytime soon. So I guess the only thing I need now to get to the 3rd part is 3 more Reaper runes. So I'm just gonna immediately get to work on that. More Great Forge, we'll do it at Wrath 5. Slow fireball, sure. I keep forgetting to hit next. I should pay more attention. Like I mentioned earlier, I wish there was an option to just make the wave go next immediately and then just have this pop up and pause as soon as it's available. That would be nice as a quality of life option. Change the hotkey. There's a hotkey? Default is L. But even then, I would have to manually press it. See, the problem is that I don't notice it's there. I would much prefer to just be able to have it automatic. You make a good point though. Q is a much better hotkey than L. I think I will do that. V, B... Oh, I didn't realize V and B did something as well. Toggle enemy life bars and toggle loot names. It has a sound effect. Yeah, I have noticed that. It's just... when I'm reading chat or finishing some other thoughts, pursuing some line of commentary, I just don't pay enough attention to even notice it. It would be less of an issue if I wasn't streaming, though. I would pay more attention then. Run away. We'll do Q, because Q is not used for anything else, as far as I can tell. Thank you for the tip on rebinding it to Q. Yeah, I did hear the sound effect there. Siege leader, increased damage. I guess once I get into the habit of listening for the sound effects very intentionally, it'll make a lot more sense and I'll be able to do it quickly. Deliberately is the word I was looking for, not intentionally. Yeah, I'll just have to train myself like a Pavlovian bell to listen to that sound. Listen for that sound. I hear the sound from yours and mine. I find myself just clicking Q at times, yeah. That's another way to do it, just spam Q non-stop. I think I'd rather just train myself for the sound, though. Additional projectile. That time I felt like the sound got muffled by a bunch of other sounds playing at the same time. I think the light-based Rain of Arrows version is... it plays a lot of different sounds at the same time. Plays a lot of noise. Getting a bunch of siege leader options already, which is good. See, that time also I didn't hear the sound at all, but I did see it. A light totem, sure. Same there, I didn't hear it. Mana regen. Yeah, I'm not hearing it right now. I think it's because of Rain of Arrows. It just plays too much sound at the same time. Maybe there's a limit to the amount of sounds that can be played simultaneously. Area size is fine. Curtain evasion. Seals of blindness. Oh, I leveled. What is that? Attack speeds, pierce chance, fork chance, rebound chance. Ooh, if you have less than 25% life though. That's never active, because I always have 100% life or 0. RIP. Can't really run a low life build with Chaos Inoculation when using Pee-wee terms. Permanent light beam. I think that's my best option here. It's the least destructive one. Simply because I have a lot of light resist from my Storm Reaper. Recast chance, sure. Slippery ice, but only for 4 waves, that's okay. It might even be time to go up another Wrath level. Large fire waves, sure. Lots of attack speeds, or this that does nothing. I'll do that. Alright, I'm gonna try just ignoring all of these flames, keeping an eye on my shield, and it seems I can easily tank them. Good to know. Don't even have to worry about them at all. Blindness. Mana regen, life regen. I think it's actually easier to see the visual cue of the little flash of light in the top right corner with my build, because I can't... Most of the time the sound just doesn't play properly because I have so many overlapping sounds. That time it played. Slow fireball. Where is my siege leader? More enemies. Let's go. %25 max life is almost nothing. I'll take that. Oh, there's my siege leader. Thanks. I could maybe afford to go up one more Wrath level. It might make some of the tankier monsters too tanky though. Your effect rune has increased effects. Constraint is increased as well. After you've dealt ancestral strike damage 12 times, you trigger your effect rune. I see. Ultima Momentum, granting you a multiplier to your ultimatum. Don't really like any of them that much, but I'm gonna go with this one because it has a different. It is a Corey Ironbender one, which I don't think I have a lot of those, so it'll be cheap to upgrade. Because I don't think I've spent a lot of Spirit of Corey. Doing 2-gated forge is miserable after doing 4-gate. Yeah. I'm not going below 6-gate anymore. I'm spoiled now. Might craft this. We were looking for pauldrons anyway, right? I would have preferred the pure stat to be something like damage. But armor's fine too. I wonder if I should highlight attack speed, actually. I'm not currently... Oh, I am. I am doing that. Never mind then. Had a stupid death at 95, got annoyed and went 2-gate, never again. Yeah, feels bad. Alright, I'm gonna organize my inventory a little bit. The legendaries can go in the legendary box. I am planning to craft on this and this. I was at like 15 when you started and you passed my current one. It is a lot faster with higher gate numbers. All damage reduction is fine, so we'll probably craft on this too. It should be very easy to beat my current one. Elemental resists. Okay, I have 2 pauldrons now. 1 armor and 1 elemental resist. This one is lower level. And I'm gonna have to reforge most of the stats on both of them anyway. But I'll keep them the raw damage on this one. Yeah, we'll sell this one. Or scrap it, rather. As well as all this. Hey Jawsome, welcome. Can you influence how many gates you're offered at the beginning of the run? Yes, but it needs higher Wrath level. You can only do it if your Wrath... I think for 6 you need Wrath 4. For 4 it might be Wrath 2 or something. I don't know. But it also costs more Elder Slorm to start the run. With more gates. Can I upgrade any of these? Not really. Okay. What about this? 2 more levels. What is that? What is equipment 0 out of 50? That part is confusing to me. I seem to only get these upgrades, but no equipment. From items. Ah, of course. Hey Chicoporto, welcome. Yeah, I guess that you can craft those stats on items as well. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I just haven't been doing that so far. But I might eventually. It feels like all my gear currently is kind of temporary because I want to get to higher level before investing too heavily. This is cheap to reinforce. We'll do that. It's cheap to put on items and easy to hit. Oh, okay. Maybe it's worth doing after all then. Upgraded gear about every 20 levels or so. Seems reasonable. Right, we're replacing the belt, so that doesn't need to be reinforced. That one's already +8. I think we're also replacing... Actually, no. We're keeping that. I might recraft it a bit. No, we'll replace bracers, but... maybe not the top priority. These ones are still okay. I could do these as a base with armor. They actually have really good stats already. Mana on hit and pierce. I like that. Alright, so we have 5 crafting projects for the future. The near future. You're playing a projectile mage? Nice. Okay, we're fine here. I don't need to reinforce anymore. We'll throw these things away. And we have 5 crafting projects to go for next, but I think I'm a little too fried to keep going right now. I made a lot of progress today, but I'm gonna end the stream here. Thank you guys for watching. I will be back, if not tomorrow, then maybe the next day. We'll see. I'll probably stream again tomorrow, more of this game, honestly. But I do have some other games that I want to get to as well. But we'll definitely have more Slormancer in the near future. And I'm even so addicted to this game that I'm playing it off stream in a more relaxed manner and going more into just reading the tooltips and trying to learn. Usually, by the time I do another stream, I've learned a couple of new things. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Have a good rest of your day, and hopefully I will see you next time. Bye for now.